What's up, fam? How we doing? Let's get two of these levels. Alright, so we have CETX kind of taking the mob right here. CETX starting to take a little bit of this mob, coming out with some news here. It's the top gainer right now this morning. Yeah, and then it's a bunch of kind of really slower plays. AIXI is a newer one too. I missed this morning. Sky Q's up kind of again. CETX is the main mover as of right now. So CETX has got the moves, got the mob. Alright, sweet. Get to the levels here. Alright, I'm gonna turn the heat off. Hold on a sec, team. Sitting out flat though. She's starting to sit out flat. All right, small caps a little slower this morning. Really only a couple of new tickers. ADVB that came out in after hours yesterday. Had a nice good spike from around 4-ish area up to 9. Now this morning really floating in the upper and lower VWAP band. And then we have CETX. So those are really your new movers. We do have a couple of sub $1 plays moving up this morning. And then we have AIXI, which is at one of those sub $1 movers that is of $1 right now. So it's really going to be the CETX add VB show. And then from there, we'll see if some of these former runners decide to run today again as well. All right, over to CETX, which did have news this morning. News came out about 20 minutes ago here. Was selected for Phase 1 Small Business Innovation Research Contract with Naval SEAL Systems Command. So just Phase 1, just getting going with this. So this could be one of those plays like you've seen. We had that trend for a while. We're going from 80 cents, maybe $1.20 starting there, popping up to around 2, if not up to 2.50, and then we just channel up and down all day long within the upper and lower VWAP band and the high and low of day. So I bet that happens here with CETX, where we pop up to new high of day, coming up here in the next maybe 30, 40 minutes at most, and then we channel around from a low that we create in market as well. As far as support right now, I have 175 and then right around 160. On the way up, we have 190 resistance and over 190 for CETX. Again, another 52-week low play. 190 showing up in past chart history back in February. Over 190, watch for a spike up to right around 220. Over 220, watch for a spike up to around 250. So making sense here. And over that to 280, 75 area. And then over that to just over 3. So pretty much making sense there for CETX and where resistance is going to be on the way up. Your other new play, add VB. Add VB here, ADVB. Support this morning really strong and would be a great bounce play if we pop back up to the high in pre-market. Just somewhere over 8 would be sexy. For the move to after hours main support, pre-market low right around 710 to right around 7. That's your main support. If we crack that, we're heading down to 650, and below 650 most likely dies off. Resistance on the way up shows up right around 825 into 845, then gets really heavy right around 9 to 920. Now if we get over 920 for ADVB, we have 960 resistance, and over that, then we have a pop up to really over 960 to 10. Over 10, then we have resistance all the way up right around really strong at 1050 into the 1080 mark. Over that, we watch for another good size pop over 1080. This could see 12, and over 12, 13 to 1320 strong resistance for ADVB. Your only other new play alert for the day is AIXI. Main support after hours high. Pre-market main bottom support at 95 cents. Under 95 cents, watch for a crack back down to around 85 cents. Under that, watch for a move down to around 70 cents. On the way up, strong resistance at 115 and then at 130 in pre-market high. Over 130 in pre-market high. We just spiked up here recently too as well. If you look at AIXI over the last couple of days, so this is a nice little U-shape, another 52-week low play. So over that we'll call it right around 130 pre-market high. Watch for a spike up to around 155 to 160 resistance. And over that, we have 180 resistance for AIXI. Again, another after hours mover popping up, running from yesterday as well. And former runners here, Sky Q just cracked out of its beautiful bull flag, really more of a pennant flag, had a downtrend and a trend line going up into a nice good pennant. Cracked that right around 45.50 after. Now it's come back on down. Really nothing too beautiful there on Sky Q. We've been running up from Thursday of last week, so it's got that multi-day run to it. I have a line in right around 6, so we need to hold 6 on the way down. 6 is a nice, good support resistance area. And then on the way up, which was yesterday's high of day, and runs back into the highs from Thursday and after hours, and it was right there, perfect high yesterday in market when I was going live for the lunch recap. Ended up being a perfect short at 650. I alerted that, moved right back on down from it. Today, we're actually bouncing off of that in the bull flag and pennant flag that we had, and now we're resisting at it. So 645, 650 is going to be key. So 645.50 and then 595.6 are my two lines I have in. If we crack that 595.6 mark, watch for a move down to right around 560-ish area. And below that, we have support resistance right around, the best is right around 485 to 490. Now, over 735 in pre-market high. We really have nothing to hold this play down, to be honest, up until around 875. 875 into 9. So watch for 875 into 9 spike over pre-market high. And then over that, really could start to go gangbusters. Could Sky Q if it gets going. Last but not least, MLEC here. MLEC was a nice good spike yesterday. And I told you to watch out for this. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing hits and bounces off at 8. Sure enough, had that liquidation sweep off at 8 yesterday and comes all the way back up in after hours. Sits right at 1250 into 1260. Nice good move back up. Now today, we could most likely just chop and channel around. Could get back up to that 1260, even $13 pre-market high from yesterday. Pretty much do a lot of what Sky Q did in its chart up until, of course, now today we're finally spiking over that. But if you go to yesterday in Sky Q, you know, we had a spike up on Thursday, which was our Friday. Then yesterday kind of mulled out and didn't do much. And then all of a sudden U-shaped around later in the day. So watch for that again, and the possibility for MLEC to do that again today, even though it did it yesterday. It's a lot like what Sky Q did yesterday. It's kind of the charts we've been getting here, those later in the day spikes. Now down below, the best support I see is right around 960, and under that, the best of the best is right around 875, 885 area. And then on the way up, we have that 11. I'd say start off with 1175 resistance, then get strong right around 1270 into 13. Now, if we do get over 13 for MLEC, this play is really down low. We've looked at this in the past. Now over 13, watch for a spike up to 1350. Over that, then we have $14.90 to $15 resistance. Over that, I've got a line in at $15.60. And then over that, watch for a pop up to possibly $16.30. Right now, just go ahead and do it. Small caps into the bell. We have add VB coming back on down. It looks right now at the bell with SkyQ trying to pop back on up and CETX maintaining. I would say CETX and SkyQ are your two stocks to watch into the bell. 30 minutes, 45 minutes after the bell, it could be a former runner we haven't seen in a couple of days or weeks. Could be a runner we haven't seen in a while. Could be a play out of nowhere that spikes up and starts to take the mob. But at least at the bell, CETX and SkyQ seem to have it as of now. All right. What's up, Bothy? How we doing, T-Web? Miss Aussie Chick, Ingrid Daza. Anyone else out there? Hopefully you guys are having a good morning. A little bit slower right now. Let's get to large caps, though. Pretty okay, decent championship game last night. Wasn't great, but I'll take it. Definitely the result I wanted. I wanted Michigan to win. I was tired of UConn, and I'm not a big fan of their coach. But now the basketball season is over. Time to look forward to, of course, NBA. I sometimes get into it. It's mostly because the Nuggets, if anything. Arkansas baseball team is not that great this year. They actually were ranked in the top 5 like every year, and they've literally, since conference play have started, they have dropped out of the top 25 in the past couple, like last week. They're just not doing so good. It's all right. You can't be super good every single year. Every year we're in the top 5, top 10. I mean, every year we're in the top 5, top 10. Like, what happened? Why this year? It's all good. Can take a break from sports, like I said. Can get ready for the NFL season. I just don't want to be let down. Broncos gave me a good year last year. All right, over to large cap plays and the SPY. Channeling up. Finally doing kind of what we did, actually, if you go back 2 weeks ago. The Tuesday and Wednesday of a couple of weeks ago when we channeled up a little bit for a couple of days. Looking to possibly do that again today. Getting really ugly and choppy out there. I mean, ugly, choppy. Really hard to decipher which direction we're going to go in, honestly. On the way down today, under pre-market low, the best support I see is right around 652. 652. Under 652, which will be my normal low of day. Watch for a move down to right around 650 to 649.50 for your ultimate low of day. On the way up today, a lot of resistance comes in from at least Wednesday and Thursday. You would figure the high of day is right around 58.30 to right around 58.50. Then you have yesterday's high of day, which is right around 59.80. And, of course, that's where pre-market high gets into right over 660.30. So you've got a lot of tiers on the way up there from last Wednesday and Thursday's high, yesterday's high, pre-market high. I'm going to go with pre-market high as normal high of day. Ultimate high of day doesn't get much higher than that and goes to 62.50. Like you never seen. What's that spot? Apple pretty darn ugly. I mean, just looking at that again, we're getting really back into that when I look at this on the 15-15 and just looking at most days, just wow. There are some nice good moves where you see a straight move up and then nothing really ugliness. Or straight move down and that was really about it, but like yesterday was straight move up and then we come down and then we're all over the place and choppy. Just not a big fan of Apple overall. Again, this is more of a, kind of like NVDA, more of a long-term swing investment versus a day trade type of stock. I get these random songs in my head, and I seriously have no idea why. AMD, I'll go at least give some levels on it. On the way down today, we have 1530 support, which we're about hitting pre-market. So under pre-market low, watch for maybe a bounce somewhere right around 215 to 215.30. Under that, we definitely head back down to Wednesday's high of day of 213.85. Under that, I have a line in at 212.50. I'll stick with 212.50, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, watch for a crack back down to 209 to 208.75. On the way up today, I would say watch out. The main resistance is going to be the high and end of day Thursday. The bounce and low from yesterday in market is at 217.80. Watch over 217.80 for a good spike. We most likely head to Thursday before last high and pre-market high right around 220.70 to 221. It's also the high from the Wednesday before that. 221 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, I'm splitting the difference between yesterday's high and 221, and I'll say somewhere right around 223 for 223.50 area for your ultimate high of day. All right, over to app, really strong resistance. We think we talked about this yesterday. I say strong, but now showing up. Didn't quite get to a low that we have on Thursday, the 19th of March. Yesterday's high of day. So 414.25 into 415.85 is going to be some strong resistance. I know that's a big area. But if we do get through that 415.85 area, watch for a spike all the way up to 421.50 to 422. I'll say yesterday's high of day, we'll just call it 414 to 415. Normal high of day, ultimate high of day, all the way back up into the 421, 422 mark. On the way down today, trying to rest off of the 403.85 mark will be key. If we crack through 403.85, watch for a move down to around 4 or 398.75. Under 398.75, watch for a move down to around 397.50. That area is going to be strong. That'll be like that 314 to 15 mark. That's your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then cracks back down to 394. And I'll say one more level down and go down to around 390 to 389.50 ultimate low of day. ARM coming back down, still creating some decent levels, although when I look at this as a day trade, still not the best overall as a day trade material. On the way down today, looks good. Back under 41.90. Under 41.90, watch for a crack back down to, we'll call it 40.50, and under 40.50, watch for a move down to around 39. 139 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 136, maybe possibly 135. On the way up, 145 strong resistance over that. Really strong at 146. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day runs back up to 146.85 and pre-market high, but I think we bust through that if we see it again. And watch for move up to 148.30 for your ultimate high of day. Google finally popping back up here to the 300s. I was hoping we'd crack back on down for more. I'll still give some levels on it. It looks starting to get a little bit on the uglier side as we get back into the 300s. I like it in the 200s for better moves. On the way up today, really strong resistance comes in really at pre-market high, right around that 301.65 mark. That's going to be your normal high of day. If we get through that, watch for a pop up to 303.60, and over that, then we move up to 305. I'll go 305, maybe a hair over at ultimate high of day. On the way down today, major supports at 295. So under pre-market low, I'd say watch under 296.70 for the move down to around 295. 295 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day heads down to yesterday's low of 293.50. Over to Meta, still in a good chart territory in the 500s. Watch this back under 567. We'll call it 568. Under after hours and pre-market low under 68. Got some room to run here. I actually like this back under 568 for the move down to 564.50 to 565. Watch for a crack under that, then goes down to 560. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day under 560. Could be a barn burner day. Watch for move all the way through 555 down to around 551.50. On the way up today, this is where we have some trouble running back into the chart from the past few days. Strong resistance coming into pre-market high area right around 75.75 to 76.20. Over that, watch for a pop-up to 78.75 to 79, the high of day in market on Friday. Resistance there yesterday. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day pops into pre-market high and yesterday's high in market right around 82.80 to 83. I'll have more room to the bottom side than top today. Now, if we get through that 82.80 to 83 mark, that's where this could really get going. Honestly, Microsoft, MSTR, NVDA, PLTR, all of them just stuck in a channel. I'm not a big fan of those, so since the bell's about to ring, I'm going to do Qs, and I'll do Tesla to end the day. Sorry, Austin Chick, I turned that off. I don't think you care about the Qs anyway. On the way, let's go to Tesla here. On the way down today for Tesla, this has some room to run. That's why I like Tesla today, actually, to the bottom side, although we're getting a kind of a fake out or fake crack down. Love this back under 347. It cracked it now. It's coming right back on up. I would have said watch for a crack underneath yesterday's low of day for a barn burner. It's already getting a red to green move here out of the gate, so we're already popping back on up. So that 45 mark, watch this under 345. I still feel we can go lower than 345 for the day. We haven't been under this mark in a long time. I'll say normal low of day, watch under pre-market or the low of day in market to a move down to 340. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then heads down to around we'll call it 335 or so. 335. Really could start to crack away there. On the way back on up, it's got to reclaim that 347 mark, which we're having trouble with. We get over it, then we're going to have a little issue, which we did this morning right there as we're spiking up at 348. Over 348. Then we have 349 resistance. Over 349, we have 350 resistance. So a lot of old support's going to become resistance as we move back up through it. Really, and that's why I think this play has good crackability to it, because we continue to do that. On the way up, even to 351, 351.80's got some resistance, and of course really strong at the reversal, end of day close. We came down from it, double topped at that in pre-market at 350, 350. I'll say somehow, some way this play can get strong and get back up to that and say 350, 350 is your ultimate high of day. Your normal high of day is going to get shoved down, I'll say somewhere right around 350. So large caps at the bell. Tesla's my favorite just because it has so much room to crack down. There's so much room for it to dump. I know it's popping back on up, so let's just continue to watch that. Meta's my other one I like at the bell here for more movement back on down. Going over to Meta here. If Meta wants to pull up. Meta has some good crackability zone too under after hours and pre-market low. Other than that, same as always. Wait for your levels to form. Wait for double tops, blah, 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 blah. You know, double bottoms. Wait for a bottom to form. We go spiking back up to new highs and wait for a bounce back at it. The two plays I like for at least levels would be Meta and Tesla under lows. Boom. And nothing in small caps. Yowzes. And back to small caps, just to give you an update, nothing. I don't see anything popping. I don't see anything new. Previous runners will be on watch today as well, but right now I'm not seeing anything that I like from what's popping up, at least that's new. AIXI, CETX, blah. And then, of course, the former runner SkyQ, MLEC, at least from yesterday, add VB as well, blah. Nothing really so far in the small cap sector. Okay. Oh, what's up, guys? Yeah, we're doing SNDK is going to push through 735 again. Let's pull up SNDK. Well, it already hit 738, so yes, Bothy. Yes, my friend, it will. But like that's the thing about these opening bell moves. I mean, sometimes that that had to have been ultra fast. I mean, that looks like it was instantaneous opening bell, shot up 20 points. I mean, SNDK can definitely do that. Yeah, both. Yeah. That's just the thing. And then you look at SNDK yesterday, and SNDK was, no offense, but it was absolute shit yesterday. I mean, unless you're trading the tops and the bottoms, and that's where you have to wait for form, like I was just saying in the morning alerts. Then you play the tops and the bottoms. SNDK yesterday, you go back at 735, short, and then yesterday at the bottom, somewhere around 7, 17, 18, then it's bounce. SNDK likes to do that though. Last Wednesday, last Thursday, we don't really get a lot of days from these tickers that just it's a multi-hour, whatever you want to call it, run where it's up some more. It's just usually like that massive move the first 30 minutes, hour of the day, and then just a bunch of ugly chop for the rest of it. I'm just not a big fan of large caps over the last year plus now. Since we moved to this all-time high, can't figure out what we're doing, and no offense with the Trump situation and all the shit he does. Really is made for a up and down, choppy, large cap market. Apple dropping like a rock. Apple bottom. Yeah, there's a huge crash right there from Apple out of the gate. Artle the Fartle, that one pop up in pre-market that nothing. Tesla looking to test bottoms here and go for more possibly. Did Meta crack back on down for more? Not quite yet. Meta's still sitting there. I'm going to crack my my cord here in a minute, team. I forgot to do that. Just so, again, get flying in the morning here. Like, shit. Forgot to connect my cord. Tesla, too, still just not giving it up. Tesla's still not giving it up. KPRX is moving in small caps a little bit. That was another one that popped up there. This morning I forgot about KPRX. Not up a lot, but KPRX was popping a new high of day. Someone was alerting that one over on one of the chat rooms I'm in. That's crazy. About 30 seconds. Shit, fucking nuts. That is absolutely nuts, bro. All right, yeah, let me let my dogs out too. I was hoping today because it's the thing. It's like, they're sleeping. They're being so good. They'll be fine. And as soon as I do that, then that's when they all start coming in here. Like, it's like right after I start talking on the live stream. We are getting SkyQ to pop up. Now, again, I'm not a big fan of shorting the top. If you do like shorting the top, this has 735, 720-ish strong resistance right here. So we do have SkyQ popping up. CETX doing a lot of what I thought it was going to do. It had that. It needs to pop soon, or I could see this, and there's no bounce play created. It was kind of just straight matriculation up. And so when you get this straight up move, especially even the 1 minute time frame, there's no shelf, there's no nothing to come and bounce off of. Traders literally do go, what moving average is going to bounce? You have to wait and let the lab rats, so to speak, go out there and test that. I'm going to connect my wire and let most of the dogs out. I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes, all right? There's nothing for me to trade right now. So let me take a small little break. Be right back. Well, just like that, SNDK, huh? Both of you, if you're watching it, I just have it up on my big grid over here. I don't have my flex grid up, just the one chart. My God. Queenie, right here, 3 sisters. Right here, Queenie. Right here. Sorry, Margaret. Right here, sit. Queenie, right here. Right, Queenie, right here. Stop. That's plenty of room for you to lay down. SNDK. Oh, look at this team. Since nothing's really looking good this morning so far. I mean, what a move. Boom! I mean, wowzers. Wowzers. I mean, literally now red on the day. I mean, you went from, look at this. Look at the candle. Look at the daily candle. Look at that. Look at that. That is a thumbtack, baby. Careful out there today. CTX, beautiful. Beautiful. Woo! Apple. Nice, good continuation on the way down today. Meta standstill. Nothing from Meta for the day. Tesla's finally, and I mean now, finally, and I've had a feeling it was going down today. It's one of those things, too, again. I'm working my brain toward the future, really, and when I start trading large caps more, it just overall charts more, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm going to just risk the biscuit today and say I'm going to put 250 shares on Tesla to go down, and do like, only on like trade the pool type, never my real money. Say there's just no way this goes up today. Like when I was even giving the morning alerts, I was saying, what is a pre-market high was going to be my ultimate high of day, and 250 was normal high. That's crazy for Tesla if you think about it, but that's just how strong and adamant I was about this play coming down for the day. And the chart, like what I'm usually looking for in these charts, and I'll just go back so I can show you guys Tesla here. You go back in the 1515. I had the mic back on at this point. Let me get off of Wi-Fi. Let me get off. Be flying, baby. All right, now we're rocking and rolling. Refresh your browser, your screen. This page, you will be up to speed and up to date on some fast internet. Queen, if you want to sit here, you can, sweetheart. So, let's zoom back on out of this AE. Well, we haven't been under this area in a while. And then this morning, we literally are coming in and resting off of a line that I've had in since May of last year. May 20th. I am still visibly shaken and tired from the whole Groot situation. Can't wait from about 2 weeks from then, and I'm literally even probably about 2 weeks from that date to head to Colorado to, front row, VIP, top of the line Coldplay tickets. Got to be on the stage, the same stage Coldplay performed on. This was before the concert. We did like this backstage tour. So fucking dope. Of course, Colorado and Denver is so beautiful, if you want to say dope. But you go back and you look at this line. Tesla, key short long. I actually have that written on there. And you can right-click Edit Properties. And I put this in. I thought I put the key short long when I was on the TTP stream. Maybe it was before that. Regardless, this is a key support area that we actually came down and bounced off of on the dot yesterday. On the fucking dot. We held that. For literally, an hour we held that. Now today we come down and rest on it. There's no charting but resistance on the way up. We've got to go through all of this. Even the lows here from last Monday, right? So you have a lot of this to go into. A big M shape. This just reeks of short. This just reeks of get in at the opening bell. If it starts popping up anywhere in the 350s, you're just slowly adding in 50 shares at a time. And then you just wait for the tumble down, right? And then now imagine right now you have a 347.44 average. From when it popped up, you got in a little bit more. So whatever. Maybe you got some here. Well, we'll call it 347 average. Right at the line. You got average, which would be perfect, right? So now you're already up. You look at that. Now you're up $4. About to be 4.5. It's about to hit low of day, it looks like. Absolutely beautiful chart. Just want to put this in there right there. Check out that line. Tesla, key long, short. And look where we came and bounced yesterday. On the dot. Yesterday's low of day and in pre-market. This is exactly why I said this was going to be a good short today. On the way down. And look how it literally bounced right off that line. Now if I edit properties, and I know you guys believe me. May 20th of last year is when I put that line in. And we came down yesterday and bounced right on it on the dot. Why is my phone? I swear my phone takes better pictures out of apps than it does in apps. Like, I swear that's the thing. That's a thing. All right. All right. What do we got? Small caps. We gonna do anything today? Okay, we have SkyQ coming back to life. So SkyQ is really the only one. Yep, T-Web. SkyQ is really our only main one with movement in the small cap sector. Best bounce play now again for it'd be the 625 mark. Back to low of day, of course. We've seen these. They've been beautiful in money. If it runs high enough, then yes, we'll take a bounce play back off the 730, 715, 20 area. I just don't know that we're going to get that. It looks like a day that's going to be a little bit more of a yawner. And we're not going to get the big crazy move up. And maybe 7 becomes the bounce for the time being, this little flat plat right here. But I like this back down here, 625 area. I hope it doesn't try to come down off this line, in which we've had in 640. And then that, of course, ends up being yesterday's high of day. So you could put a starter at 640, but really have heavy orders in down around 625, 620 area. That's it for right now. So we'll go to SkyQ, at least for the small cap sector. Top stock to watch. Top stock to watch there. CETX died right on off. Yeah, and then even the high of day momentum, which is kind of crazy for small caps. Woo, nice good squeeze right there. Nice good pop to new high of day. So SkyQ getting the mob. SkyQ round 2. SkyQ round 2. Now, again, if you want to, your risky biscuits, tornado crickets, and you want to challenge the top and say, hey, this is going to be the bullish play of the day, 730 is going to be your pullback area. Now, again, you do the math. We went from 730 down to 740 for a really good bounce play. Well, we know that's 90 cents. So at that point, that makes 7 the better bounce play. This goes up for one more leg, and we see like 8 or a tad over 8, which looks like it might happen here soon, possibly. Then I'm going to put orders at 730, 725. Hey, we finally got something. Finally, something made a move today. I was like, man, can't be going over to trade the pool and have like nothing to talk about myself. I gotta have a little something to talk about. Hopefully nothing's going on over in Israel. They're having some issues, or one of the guys over there is his like power's out and his battery like his backups are out too or something like that. That's what's craziest too. I don't think they would have said something, I would imagine, by now. But yeah, that our home base, like Gil and Michael Katz, a lot of the guys that we were always talking to, and that I know anyway, they're over in Israel, which is nuts. They're over in Israel. All right, team. So we do have 230-ish area to 220-ish area. Old resistance, new support at this mark for the bounce play into 715 as of right now. Now you can have orders down at 625 as well, but the 730, 715, 20 area is going to be one of those better areas to look for the first bounce play. It seems like out of the gate here today. Really only have one stock moving right now too. It's Sky Q, and that's a good thing that we only have one moving. I very much like that. I like this. I very much like that. Well, I will say this. If this squeezes for more, we're definitely going 730 area. So let's see if this gets one more pop-up. Give me 820s. Give me 820s. Give me 820s, baby. Give me 820s down and low. Oh, there it is. There she blows. There she blows, matey. Nice. So 730 area is going to be it. 730 area. Give me 3 steps. Give me 3 steps, mister. Give me 3 steps towards the door. All right, I'm going to start out with 737 to go a little higher. And then we'll go a little, right at 730. And then we'll go 723. And then we'll go 717. We'll really spread them out there. I'm like, all right, there's no way I'm not getting filled. Like, come on down to Chinatown, baby. Oh, 9 o'clock, there goes my little... All right, let's go check. I don't think we're missing anything. Kevin Avery can't go live anymore. Poor Kevin Avery went from getting his live stream. I guess hopefully they're paying him good because he went from live stream trying to get that going to, like, now it's like, poor kiddo can't even stream live now. I will say this. I went over yesterday and watched Deck lost about 1,500. He was down 2K. He lost about 2K on one anyway. He was green on one, but he lost about 1,500 yesterday. I go watch him right now, and he is in 4,400 shares. 4,700 shares short on Sky Q at the cost basis of 730. 730. He's down 2K right now plus. I don't know as it popped. I don't know if he's gotten out of it, if he's still in this trade. He just took his P&L away. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yowzers. Someone trying to make him feel better saying the Warrior Trader lost 20K yesterday. Yeah. Well, the small cap market has been that way. It has not been that nice here recently to a lot of traders. I think someone brought that up in my lobby. Short in the top here has just been, you've been getting barn burnered. Barn burnered if you've been trying to short the top here recently. It just hasn't been that great. It's either keeps going, or they're the plays that hit the top and then they just fade and they die. All right, any questions you guys have? Any questions? That's a good thing, too. At least we're not getting burned right here. I don't know. I guess he was trying to short the high of day area is what I'm thinking. He was trying to short this 730 area again. Now, on the way up, I liked it. But when it starts building this bull flag at 7, there is no way on God's green earth you want to take a short when you're building a bull flag this tight at 7. Ain't happening. Don't do it. For his sake, let's hope we get the bounce play, and then he can at least get back to even. If anything, and then we get the bounce right at his entry price, because that's literally what it would be. It may squeeze and go for more here. It honestly may squeeze and go for more, as we do have a, it's a lower float. We've been dealing with lower floats again. AdVB had a low float this morning. We have a lot of low floats out there recently. We're finally dealing with some low float plays. All right, any last questions you guys have? Anything? T-Web, Bothie, J-Web, Ingrid, Daza. Oh, out of nowhere, AIXI halting up. AIXI out of nowhere on my right-hand side here, about to halt up in 3, 2, 1, halting up any second right now. I can't believe this is still going right now. There it is, halted up. So AIXI halted up. 03 after in 15 seconds. That is definitely some sort of chat room pump. Down in the gutter, right off that bounce play area, though. It came down, sat there for a good, 10, 15 minutes now. At least 10 minutes, I guess. You have 10, almost 15. And then out of nowhere, God, you'd love that if you were in a bounce play to go, come on, do something. Oh, we're halted up! What are the chances? That never happens when we're in, that just rarely ever happens waiting on a bounce play. You're in it, you're looking for it, you finally get in, and you're waiting, okay, do something. How often do we do that? We're in a bounce play and it doesn't do anything, or at least that is my point. Come on, do something. Come on, and then it halts up. I've never been in a play where I was like, come on, do something, and then it halts up. I've been in halts up for sure. Even when a play, I've been in it for a little, but it moved up. It bounced up. It was it wasn't bounce, sit, doing nothing. Halt up! All right. Oh, not SMX, Edit. All right, all their small cap plays are dead. AIXI did halt up out of nowhere. The dip for us is 730-ish and maybe a little bit lower and around 715 where I did put an order at. Any of you guys have any last questions before I take the break over? Take the move over to trade the pool. Of course, I got the 40 for whatever I usually, 45 minutes. I try to take my time getting over there, but being that I have a whole hour to myself. But we do have these fine gentlemen and myself for the next hour, and then I'll be by myself for an hour. So come over and join TTP live stream. And then, of course, to this afternoon, I didn't get into it yesterday, I'm sorry, but today, I luckily am a little less busy today, being that I was by myself yesterday. I had a one-on-one, this, that, and the other. Then I had to go run errands. It was just like, oh my God, I just didn't have to. And I forgot about the lunch recap. The lunch recap I totally forgot about, and I was actually going to do the bounce lesson yesterday. But today, I don't really have as much going on. So today, I promise we'll do the second part of the bounce lesson. And I'll edit the first one and have it posted, and that way then I can have the second one out there very soon. Yeah, because I won the ruling over Apple. This is why Apple was dumping. And oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. All right. There we go. Yeah, right here. The patent showdown. Sweet. We'll see how far that can go. All right, going over to TTP. Tesla continues to hit new low of day. So right now, you just let that roll. You're in it right now, 347, and Tesla's just rolling to new low of day. That's just beautiful. Honestly, absolutely beautiful. If that could pop back up, I'd look for a short on it. Honestly, that is absolutely gorgeous right there for for Apple. I mean Tesla. Apple too, but Tesla 100% banger. All right, going over to TTP, guys. Any questions you guys have, put them in chat. I'll answer them before I head over to TTP in the next couple of seconds. I'm going to turn off my alarm, and then I will be over to TTP soon. All right, and then after TTP, as always, hop back on the mic here, see what's going on with you guys, and then take the little small break for lunch for about an hour 15 minutes, and then today at probably right around 1:30, right around 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central, I'll do the lunch recap, but then our lunch recap, but I'll get into the bounce play lesson today for sure. Over to TTP we go. Oh, hi ho, off to work we go. All right, giving some love over there to TTP. All right. Off to work we go. Yes. Hi ho, hi ho. I mean, random shit just gets into my head. Aussie chick. I forgot what song I was even singing earlier. I'm like, what? How did I come up with this one? How did this come across my head? Anyway, good lunch live stream right there. I was finding out earlier. Mitch was like, I don't know. Yeah, I was like, I'll still go. I mean, I've been here before by myself. And then boom, next thing you know, we talked for an hour plus some. Very good stuff there. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. And yes, we'll go over that if you guys want to. Today, I'm going to take the break here, obviously, off the mic. Perfect on Sky Q earlier. If we think about Sky Q earlier, I know some of you guys got filled. So it was perfect. Even if you look at AIXI, called the 140 area for you guys over in the TTP live stream. Now, big bounce, no. Same thing here for Sky Q. Big bounce, no. We're not getting big bounce plays today. We're kind of getting some, Really, the best play was breakouts. A breakout of this, kind of more of a, again, almost ascending triangle. This isn't a perfect one. It kind of has a more of the pennant flag to it, where it has the trend line up and the downtrend down. So that had the squeeze and the pop up. And then same here with AIXI. You go back to AIXI, zoom out of it here. It had that downtrend. Now, it wasn't a beautiful flag or anything built up, but it was a breakout. What was the best play today? I guess the bounces off the halt strategy, not bad there in the end around 125 or so for AIXI. And then again, right here, again, not bad for bounce plays, but really it was just the breakouts what really came through. The bull flag break right here, of course, we talked about that. That's a little bit more of the pennant flag. You can see here a little bit more of a pennant that broke into another little micro bull that then broke for more. Still nothing spectacular today in the small cap sector. Large caps doing what they've been doing. A lot of erratic movement. Now, I don't know if this is immediate news that some traders saw before us, and the down bridges over in Iran, I think is what Tax said. But it's this. Down, we're back up. Down, we're back up. Down, we're dumping. Nope, we're back up. And now we're really going up. Big sell-off. It's not clean movement. You're not getting a lot of the continuation that we saw in years past, or months past, obviously, and then I'm not looking at stocks really anymore. Tesla was a decent continuation, kind of staircasey on down today. But that's really about it. It's not been large caps, from my point being, it's not been this beautiful picture being painted every day. It's a little abstract, a little chaotic. Small caps have been a little bit more, and you can see, again, most of you guys that have been, even, traders like Aussie Chick that, which I always love bringing up, hasn't done a ton of trading in her career. She's been around, she's been watching and soaking things in, just not doing a lot of trading. So the first trading she's really doing in her career, bounce plays, and she's had a pretty damn high success rate doing those since February. So we're almost 2 months in on doing bounce plays, and it's just that every day. That's where I always try to tell you guys to simplify the process. Find something that can work, and that is truly what is and has been working. Any questions for you guys? And so let's go back to like a 5-minute time frame. Is this a bull flag anymore? No, and I mean, here's what I was going to go over, and kind of on the live stream, I didn't feel like getting into it anymore with those guys and you, but, well, now with you guys. Is this a bull flag? If you tighten it to like a 15-minute time frame, but still even then, you could see the wick, so no. This has truly gotten out of what could be and not be. Listen, I will keep doing it, bud. Stop. Sit. You lost your spot. That's your fault. This is, I'd give a bull flag 30 minutes. Maybe 45. An ascending triangle, maybe an hour and a half. Pennant flag is like a bull flag. Usually maybe 30, 45 minutes. Now, sometimes those can go up to an hour and a half, pennant flags. Why? Because you kind of form you're forming a higher low, higher, so essentially you can do it for so long because you start building a downtrend from here, and then say you start building a trend line from here, right? And so you're joof, and then boof, and then boof, and then boof. So ascending, and again, could have had a spike up in pre-market from, say, 50 cents all the way up to, to here, and then we start building our flag eventually off the pole. So it's all about the pole, and then where do we create the flag off of the pole. So just going back, generally speaking, to this flag. So we see the pole. So this pole from here, 95 cents up to $1.50, can't be still flagging out. You know, if this was still in a flag or whatever, you would, only the flag it could still be in, if this base was the bottom, would be what? An ascending triangle. Why? Because you could floor on top here at 150, 145, and come down, boom, and then you're boom, and then you're boom, and then you're boom, and you're boom, and you're boom. And now we're getting really fucking tight into that ascending triangle where the top's still 145, 150, and now we have this lower high pattern all the way up into the top, and we are just in tight into that AT. So ATs can last, ascending triangles can last an hour plus. Generally, bull flags, pennant flags are going to be your 15 minute, 30 minute, 45 minutes. Does that make sense? Aussie chick, Saline, hopefully you came over here after the TTP live stream and you're listening to that. I'll get more in depth about that, but just a real quick, just because I saw that over on AIXI, and I'm like, that's not a bull flag anymore. It was a bull flag up top, but once we have this huge sell-off, now we've completely moved out of the pole, right? The pole's here. You can't come down to here and start forming a flag at the bottom of the pole. How many poles have you seen where the flag is all the way? No. The flag is, most poles you know where. The flag's at the very tip top. You know, generally speaking, the top third of it, if anything, not even down halfway through it, let alone down at the bottom of it. Everything trying to ramp back on around here as we move into lunch. Meta turned pretty gross today. All right, I'm going to take the break. Any questions you guys have? Any questions, any questions, any questions, any questions, any questions, any questions, any questions? Aussie chick, you good? Questions? Man, you smell like a poop. Your breath smells like a fart. Oh, and I called this out. Two things I called out on the live stream that I think are going to come to fruition here in the end. Does it good? I have my one singular order, but I'm going to put multiple orders down here now. And let's look to get filled. This 6 has been sexy for us. Ardle, Elab. We've been hitting some bounces in the 6s. First off. Secondly, back to SkyQ. I think we found high of day and low of day in market. Talked about this earlier, and we've seen this be the trend. I just talked about this on the TTB live stream, saying this is most likely going to be channel mode, where if we see a new ticker now going over to AIXI, hit new high of day, it's going to be AIXI. Now, it's also in channel mode, but this could be the one to break the new highs. And just like the SPY, we found low of day. If it's going to do anything, it's going to A channel like AIXI, or B like AIXI, it's going to squeeze and go to new highs. And look at this. We're getting so close to everything coming to fruition here. Tunes on your break? Yes. Back to tunes. I'm in the pool doing laps. Oh, she can't wait then. That's going to get her in the pool mode. How hot is it out there already? It's 64 here. We had a little bit of a cool front, so it's only 64 here. I guess it's got to be a heated pool. Because I'm thinking, man, it's only 926 out there. It's only 64 degrees here, 65 degrees here. Does it good? We good? And what happened earlier? Does it good? You said, what happened? TTP process to close me out right away, trying to figure out what the hell. That's weird. So TTP got you in, and then it stopped you out and closed you out of the bounce play? Man, that sucks. Because we were all over it. I called it. I mean, man, I'm telling you, we've been nailing the bounce plays. Yesterday I was wrong. I did have one wrong bounce play yesterday. I mean, you got to go back to the depth and breadth of overall the bounce plays we've been taking, going back to my bounce play lesson that I gave last week. And of course we'll put out today, and I'll do more. I mean, we're 80+% on bounce plays. It's so high, the win percentage that we've had on these bounce plays. It's been freaking, and then the ones that have missed us by like, say, a few cents. I mean, we would even, it's been nasty. It's been awesome. Nasty in a good way. That's weird, Daza. I wish I would have seen that. I don't know if you put that over on the TTP stream, if you were over there listening to us on the TTP stream, that would have been something to bring up. So I could have brought that up, and then Joe, you could have talked with Joe, and we could have maybe figured that out in that last hour. 64 here pools. He'd been swimming for an hour already. Oh my gosh. Already been swimming for an hour. Do you have you have your laptop? How are you listening to me? How are you listening to me? You're just over at the edge of the pool. You got the laptop there. You got your pool boy over here. Take my shirt off for you real quickly. Something about max loss amount. Put a ticket in so I can get more details. Okay, that's weird. Huh. Yeah, let me know, Daza. Let me know. All right, y'all have all the rules and stipulations on what to trade. 140 support, 125 support, 180, $2, 225 resistance. SPY does look like it wants to squeeze and go to new high of day. If not, we know we're going to see a rejection off 57 into the 57.50 mark. But it's that or channel mode. And then again, SkyQ definitely has found its high of day at 830, 820 area. And we're looking for a bounce play. I do have a forever line in off of that's yesterday's high of day. I have orders in a little lower than that, and that's where you're looking for a dip buy. Now account terminated. The only thing I could think of, Daza, would be when you got in, you got somehow may have went red, and it may have only and maybe you were only a little bit red, but that little bit red took that account to where it's at max loss now, the most you can lose in that account. That's the only thing I can think of. And there is new high of day on AIXI. AIXI now halted up. So AIXI halted up. AIXI halted up out of nowhere here, team. Let's go over to Mr. Zendo. Zendo, how are you doing today there, mate? He says 192 resumption time, or price. Time 34.21, 34.21, price 92, 192. So that's the only thing I think of, Daza. Yeah, just reach out, try to figure that out. We can talk about it later, too, whenever you want to talk about it. I'm going to take a small break. I will keep my eye on AIXI. The one thing to keep an eye on would be a bounce play back at 175, 180. That's going to be the riskier one. The safer one's back down where we broke out from 155 to 160. And then the safest one is right around 140. Boy, oh, halted up. What a move here. I'll wait till this goes live. Might as well. Just see what this does out of the gate. In my opinion, this isn't going to go into another halt up. It's going to do what it did earlier. See, we halted up earlier and we bull flagged around. That's what it's most likely going to do. If it can stay on its halt up price, we'll bull flag and then maybe break that little bull. And again, I keep saying bull flag, doesn't realize it. This pennant flag. But we'll break this and squeeze and go for more, and that's when we hit that 230, 225 mark. Not surprised. AIXI, again, this morning did have the news. I think T-Web put that out there first. That had the patent good news yesterday overall, and continuation today from it. So, there's probably a trader out there, guarantee you, in the world that's long on this play somewhere in the 10 cent, 20 cent area. And right now is just like a kid at most kids at Christmas. I know there were some kids at Christmas that probably were wishing they had a good Christmas, and they're probably crying, going, "Oh, I wish bad parent, whatever it may have been." Feel bad for those kiddos. Christmas up until about 14 years old should just be 14 to 15. Should just be marvelous. Again, you don't probably remember Christmases up until you're around maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there. So let's just say 6, 7 to about 14. That 7, 8 year stretch is where Christmas is king. King. It's funny, it seems like it lasts so much longer as a kid, but you think about it because you don't remember it till at minimum 5 or 6, and you're not even really worried about it even because you don't really have a thought process to think about Christmas, really. we'll just call it 6 or so at the youngest, but yeah, 6. And then, because to me, even when I was about 15, 16, I would say maybe 16. I'll give 16, 17 some clearance and say, so about a 10-year stretch there at most. You know, because when I was 18, you know, especially college years, 20, whatever, 19, I didn't care about Christmas. If anything, it was just fun to get together, you know, make the whatever, the family, you know, enjoy whatever. If anything, that. But definitely stopped caring so much for Christmases. But it's funny, you think it lasts so long. It's like, that was actually about, like, maybe most 10 years I cared about Christmas. All right, come on, here we go. Going live. Should be at 34.21, 34.21, 34.21. Now showing 195 resumption price. 197 now. 197 resumption price. I know, you are the most annoying one we have when I'm going live. I need to get one of those, like, the aerosol, whatever it is, that, like, cleans your computer. And just spray them with it. You'd hate that. Let's see if this goes live here. Coming up here in about 30 seconds. SkyQ is slowing down there. Whoa, big sell-off out of nowhere. Must have been a big order go through on the bid side. Some big orders on the bid side must have gone through. Let's see here if AIXI actually gets it. Gapped up there. Gapped up immediately, holding up. Gap and a small go. Gap and small go here. Oh, we're getting a little bit more of the pop. So, SkyQ definitely getting the sell-off. I like it back at 630, 620 area. Somewhere down lower than my line. But that is yesterday's high of day, so we'll see if that comes into play. And boy, big pop there for AIXI. AIXI there. Big pop on it. Moving on up there, so we're going to move some tickers around. SkyQ is coming on down now. SkyQ will go here, coming on down. See if we get filled. AIXI becoming the squeeze-a-Rooney play. Coming to squeeze-a-Rooney. Now, honestly, back off this 190, 180 mark is going to be the dip opportunity. So if you're looking for a dip by 190, 180 area, if you're looking for a dip by Aussie Chick while you're doing some laps in the pool to get filled, 620 area for SkyQ. Safe area for AIXI. Back at the 160 mark, maybe a little bit below it. This right now looking to maintain some nice good move up there. AIXI has the mob today. All right, I'm going to take a quick little break here, team. Talk, been talking all day long, and I was like, AIXI, really, could you not give me a little bit of a break? Nice downtrend break popped up, squeezed up in this nice little tight little flag right there, and boy, oh, AIXI going banana Joes right now. 190, 180 support for the bounce. So 190, 180 area for the bounce play, all right? An awesome Aussie Chick. Well, you can do the same thing there for AIXI if you want to as well. Do the same thing for AIXI if you want to as well. So sweet. All right. Chill, girls. Guys. Merlin, that was your fault. Don't be doing that. All right, sweet. All right. Be back here in just a bit, fam. Oh my gosh, AIXI. Where was this at this morning? Where was this at this morning? We'll let this play settle down. Still like it back down around the 189, 180, 190, 180 area for the dip buy. There's really nothing built in up top for AIXI for more of a support bounce play. You don't have anything really built in there. Got to go back in time and really dig in to see we have resistance on this play. This really feels like it wants to get up to this $3 mark. So next true resistance area that I see over 270. Watch for a pop to 310, 305. And then over that we have 385 to $4 resistance, which is really strong. Baby girl. All right. All right, I'll be back here in just a bit, team. Got my orders in on SkyQ and on IXI. I'll put jams on now. play here, finally! Hey-o! And we're got a hot mic. Anyone in with me on Sky Q? Sky Q. My best exit so far. The high there got up with the 670. I've got the 618 entry price. Slowly scaling out of it along the way here. It had a big pullback out of nowhere, did Sky Q. All the way down into the 590 mark. I came in, actually let in the dogs, and I was out like, whoa, I'm in, I'm filled, let's go. Sky Q now, all the way back up. My best exit so far is right at 667. 667 is my best exit so far. I'm watching the market depth right here. I had orders set in, and they all actually have been triggered on the way up as I stepped out. Some of them have been triggered on the spike back on up. And just as I figured we'd get back up into the 660s, my main goal is to get back up to the 680, 690 mark. And I'm definitely saving some shares for that as she moves on up. Beautiful move here. I wish I would have went even bigger on Sky Q. Absolute beautiful move there on Sky Q here. So waiting to see if this pops up for some more. I'm actually going to go ahead and just put some more limit orders in, because I'm going to step back off the mic here and put some more limit orders in. I'll put one in at, like, just say 670. Sure. We'll throw in at 670. We just hit that, but I'll go there. I'll go 677. Throw in an order there. All right, we're going to throw in at 687. That's where I really want to get up to. And we'll do that there. All right, so I've got some orders in to sell on the way up. I just want to jump back in. All right, back here in just a bit, fam. Back here in just a bit. All right, what's up? How we doing? Oh, gotta get this. We're gonna start playing music. Here we go. 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 All right, so how about a bounce play though? How about a bounce play? Beautiful. Sky Q, absolutely money sauce. Sky Q, absolutely money sauce. I'll have to take my best day yet. Love it. Oh, good God, wowza. Yeah, right. That was, I'd tell you, I caught it on the TTP stream, you know. All right, sweet. Oh, I see Chick. I don't know if T-Web's still around. T-Web had to mow. You know what? I've been doing a lot, too, over on my... You're going to laugh at this. Check at this. Look at this, though. Make it a little bigger if I can. Look how many times I've scaled out a Sky Q just on the way up here. Gotta make it bigger. I was trying to make it bigger, but whatever. Look how many times. Let me see if I can do this better. Here we go. Move this here. So what I've been doing. Look how many times I've scaled out a Sky Q though. I'm trying to make this where it's right. There we go. Y'all are gonna laugh. Look how many times I've scaled out a Sky Q. Look at that. I got in bigger than I wanted to, and so I scaled out right when I got the 10 plus cents, which you can barely tell. My first exits down there were just under. You know, or just over the 10 cent mark. And then look at all the scaling out I've done on just on the way up. Because I didn't know if we are going to make it all the way back up to here. And this is where I scaled out heavier. And now I'm in, you can tell, I'm in barely any shares. Look at the scale outs though, team. And look at this still in this play. This is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous right there on Sky Q. Money. T-Web, yeah, that was, I'm sorry you missed it, brother. Sorry you missed it. Anyway, just want to go over that real quickly, which we'll touch up on. I want to record it here in a second and watch this just a little bit longer on Sky Q. But what I've been doing, what I've been doing is just putting limit orders in. So if you saw that, so all I'm doing here essentially on Sky Q, all I'm literally doing is putting those side by side. Kind of scroll this over. Y'all see the red line? See, I'm just putting limit orders in to get out, and that's how a lot of them I've been getting filled there. So what I did, so I walked away when it starts popping up, and I'm just starting to trigger in limit orders, smaller and smaller, shares as it goes up, and that's how I gotten most of my exits have actually been from limit orders. So on, TTP, you can put limit orders up top above your entry price and say, hey, I want to get out here. Just when you get there, get me out. I mean, say half of them. A lot of them I wasn't even looking at. I'll say that. So a lot of them I wasn't even looking at. I literally was just, I threw them in. I'd say half, but a lot of them I just threw them in and just walked away. It was fucking awesome. It was fucking awesome. So now Sky Q still in small, very small. But I'm trying to see if this won't pop up and test high of day area with the last 3 shares. 747 is my best exit. So essentially $1.20 or $1.30, right? Yeah, $1.30 so far overall, which is fucking awesome. $1.30. Right here. So there you go, T-Web 618. So yeah, there you go. 618. It's right here. So I'm still in 3 shares at 618. So I'm still in 618 is my average entry cost basis. 618. Gotcha. I will do this Aussie chick. I know I'll probably see you in a one-on-one soon. We will do this. And yeah, I don't know if Daza, I think Daza may have stepped out because Daza was around right after I got done with the TTP live stream. Daza was still good. And I said, hey, here are the orders to have in. I left, if you scroll back up at 11:36 my time, which will be 12:36 Eastern. But anywho, go back, you'll see a slew of Josh Smith alerts. And it says AIXI 190 area for the bounce. Boom. Bounced right off of 190. Aussie Chick, how much you up today? Aussie Chick banked on that one. I should have put my orders in on AIXI, but before I could do that, Sky Q was ripping back on down right after I alerted that. I mean, it is ripping down right after I stepped off the mic, and then I'm like, Sky Q, 11:48 or 11:41 my time, entry 618. So if you scroll up, I kind of roll through everything there, scaling out as it moves up. Let's go. Hot mic as I step back on the mic. 60 cents so far, then $1 so far, then now $1.30 out of it. And all I'm looking for, like I said, I'll go over that real quickly as we start the TTP live stream, is the bounce play lesson. And what you need to generally be looking for, essentially, so to speak. Ingrid 1200, there we go. Aussie Chick, money. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to have a nice little win right there. Big win too, really overall, as far as just percentage wise. This is why that risk to reward ratio that I have on TTP is absolutely insane, crazy big. Let's go over here. Let's pull up some charts. Artle. We'll have to go back in time here. We're going to have to go do the 3 minute. $90-day. 5? I can only go back. Okay, well. Can I go 30-day? We'll go 3 minute. What's the furthest I can go back? Let's see, it lets me there. Oh no, that's... I think you'll still be able to see most of these. Alright, cool. Oh man. Oh, so yeah, exactly. It's alright, it's still paper. It'll be real one day. That's how I was at first. That's how I had to learn. All right. So let's start going over these. We have Artle. We have B-Fly, right, which we could go back to, which I know you guys remember this from the AKNR here. There that is. We go to F-Sly. And I can go back a little bit further here and go over. And there's where that first play bounced up right there. All right, so the main thing is retracements. I'm going to go over and how far pullbacks are coming, right? So this will be what this lesson's about. Typically, generally, find the madness overall. The madness. All right, let's get into this real quickly. And what I'll do is I'll start with Sky Q. We're going to start with Sky Q in today. We're going to start with Sky Q and just go to today. All right, we'll zoom into Sky Q. And we'll pull this right here real quickly. We'll do it like right there so you can still see the price. AIXI, I like the bounce at 165, 180. Yeah, that was the area. We'll go over that. We'll go over AIXI as well. And that needs to be in this lesson for sure as well. So let's start with this one. All right. Boop. Ooh, just a little bit. Ooh, a little bit more. Ooh, just a little bit. Alright, so cool. Here we go. Get into this. Boom. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Shakalaka bam bam. Alright, ready? Here we go. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Start recording, right? That's all I need to do. Everything's good. We're recording this screen. That's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be. Okay, 3, 2. All right, part 2 here. The bounce plays. Again, a go-to for mine, AK-47 here, Josh Smith, Prime Trading Investments. I've been trading bounce plays. This is my go-to. 2017, 2018, when I really started to actually learn what I'm trying to do in stock trading, back testing, journaling, tracking, bounce plays, right? And so now, last week in the first one, or the first episode you watched that I did, you saw really what I'm looking for, which we'll go over again. Prime, example here is Sky Q. And of course, you can see getting in down here and scaling out just overall slowly but surely. All the highs as it keeps making. Finding the real true areas that I want to scale out majority of my shares. And then putting limit orders in, right? And this is kind of we'll get to all this really deeper and deeper lessons as I get into them. But that's kind of the method and the madness what I'm doing right now. But I can show you this trade that I'm currently in taking, which is Sky Q. And you can see still small shares, but in this play at 618 currently, waiting to get filled on those limit orders that I put above. And now, again, what am I looking for? Well, what did we talk about last time? Old resistance becomes what? New support. So again, if I generally, and we could make these lines bigger, and I put a line in for the most part where this resistance was, you're going to find bounce plays sometimes off the top. Now, these shadows are a little bigger. I don't really like the wicks that big, but that's what's going to happen. You'll see bounce plays off the top of them, and then you'll soak down to where most of the majority of the bodies of the candles are, and that's where you get the next bounce play. And then I tell you to what? Trade the top, trade the bottom. So now we have a bottom to trade down here. And it went a little bit lower, I know, but it's crazy. This is a forever line I have in that we just put in last week that I like that level a lot. So it actually bounced right at that line. And now what are we starting to form up here? We're also find bounce plays. And the third area are sandwiches, right? So first we look for the tops. We want it to break out and trade the top of it. Boom, boom, we get bounce plays through it. Then if it cracks down, we want to trade the bottom of it. Boom, we get a bounce play. And then lastly, maybe this old resistance, new support, when it cracks and we regain it, becomes a bounce play again. What? The sandwich area. Old resistance, new support, boom, sandwich. Right? Those are the 3 areas in what to be looking for, right? Now, the rule within the thumb of what also to be looking for is, hey, this is the method in the madness right here, the psychological part of it, the psychology part of this, right? The mental side of it. If I've had a reversal from 730 and we've gone down to, say, call it 630, it's a dollar reversal. We saw a good bounce play. If I saw a move go from around 715 and it didn't bounce until right around 615, so I'm looking for a dollar reversal. So if I come off of highs in 830, where's the first bounce play going to come at? Well, put a line in at 730 and then you're going to find some bounce plays. That also then comes off of high of day in pre-market. So 730, right? That's where you start looking for your overall bounce plays. Off a high of day of reversals, when you're finding them, how far do you pull back do you bounce? If it's a dollar and you see it twice in pre-market, one pullback from here, this pullback to here, and generally where the pullback starts. Not we pull back, then we bounce up, right? This is where the pullback initially starts. It'll give me a few minutes here, and this is where we pull back down to and bounce. Overall, and it led to a smaller one, then a bigger bounce. Same thing for here. Reversal starts at 8:30, so let's just do rule of thumb. Maybe usually try to find some charting to help out, and in that case, we actually get it here at 7:30 in pre-market highs. Put a line in, get one decent dip, because this is actually all in one candle, dipped and whipped back up, and then did it again here. So you saw overall a bounce play. Now, was it massive? No, but that's where you got the method in the madness. Now, where does the pullback come from? 7, and where do we bounce at? Essentially right at 6. So try to find that method in the madness. Now, we're going to go back and try to find some plays, and we'll go to real quickly just today, AIXI. Now, general rule of thumb would be, well, how far did I have from a pullback from high to low? Well, we can't really talk about yesterday, so let's talk about today. The one pullback started at 130 and we dipped all the way down to 95 cents till we actually saw a good move. So if we go 130 minus, we get the point. It's 35 cents. So 35 cents is where I'm looking for a dip buy off of highs. So if I made new highs here to get a good solid dip, I'd go down 35 cents to 110. Put in orders off of this area. Well, it didn't happen. Well, do one of those. Dang it. Now we go to new high at 170, we'll call it 180. Now go down 30 cents to 150. And where do we see dip buys? Off of now it goes a little lower, I know, but old resistance becomes new support and we essentially get another 30-cent pullback. Well, now we get parabolic and we're halting up. And this is why I bring up AIXI. Because when we start halting up, and you get this parabolic move. You saw one halt up earlier, and what did we hold? My halt strategy. You can look it up. Go to my YouTube page right now and look it up. Halt strategy. You can just go to YouTube, and it'll probably be one of the ones that does pull up. And where do we bounce at? Where we halted up at, then becomes the bounce area. We get volatile. We're moving that supernova type movement that people like and want to say that word. This doesn't get truly supernova-ish. It got close, in my opinion. We're about 200% right. But that's why I want to bring up this in the bounce plays, because there's a little hidden gem in this. If you watch a little Easter egg in this one, and that Easter egg coming off of Easter would be the halt strategy. Look for where we halt up and get parabolic and we're gapping up. This area will become the support when we open up. So again, let's go back in time here. Let's go all the way back to F-SLY. Y'all saw this from the last one. All right, we're going to work our way through a few of these last ones you saw. F-SLY all the way back here. And remember, what did we see? And I already talked about retracements in this one. Well, generally, rule of thumb, we start from a 1365 bounce play starting around 1270. So overall rule of thumb, we'll just call that about $1. Again, now it's not always going to be $1. Sometimes it's 50 cents. Sometimes pullbacks are $1.30. This one just happens to be $1 again. We see a bounce. Well, this time we go from what? We'll call it 14, just under 13, but we're holding essentially what? 13, $1 pullback, right? And then we get the ripper. Well, let's go to new high of day of 1550. We get $1 pullback from 1550, 1560 to where? Right? And so this is where I actually got in on the TTP live stream. Goes up. Said, okay, it went up $1. I can trust it to soak down off that WAP as well and hold the VWAP for another bounce play. It should hold. Rule of thumb, if it's going to be the second or third bounce, I like to get half. Well, I literally get right there. I get half of it. Right? Literally, right? Then holds long enough in the entry yet again. We consolidate into what? Saline, Aussie chick. I just went over this with TTP earlier. A pennant flag, right? Where we have a downtrend line. Now there's bull flags. There's ascending triangles, and then there's ascending and there's bull flags, and there's pennant flags. So pennant, right, back in the day, got to win the pennant flag. You may have hung some up in your bedroom. Bull flag, truly descending, and then a flat top would be the ascending triangle, the ATs, baby. Regardless, nice breakout. What was the rule of thumb? $1 pullback, bounce, $1 pullback, bounce, $1 pullback, bounce. Then we start to really ascend and move up, not really creating the $1 pullback area until finally up here we get about $1 pullback. Get new high at 1730. Not quite there, but that's it, right? Then you get to the point where you're 1 flag, 2 flag, 3 flag, 4 flag. Kind of got to be careful with this trend. It's not going to last forever, right? These trends just, we'd be billionaires, all of us, if this just went to 50 and kept doing that. $1 pullback, $1 pullback, $1 pullback. You got to know, as I say, it was doing it in one level. It was doing it in level 2. We know rule of 3. Once we get third up, you got to be careful with that trend. Whether it's a trend line, it's a bounce, it's third halt up, right? Now let's go to B-Fly. About a week later, back in February here. Peter, stop itching yourself, Mr. Poor Allergies. Traded this at the... Where are we at here? Boom, 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 boom. Actually, right back through here we go. At the AKNR. What are we looking for? Well, overall, if we go from 410 down to 3, whatever. Essentially, we'll call it 420, my bad. 420 to 330. We'll call that 80, 90 cents. We got a beautiful bounce play. All right, now, if I want to get this size of bounce, I want about an 80, 90 cent pullback. So I'm always rooting for these plays, and this is an ascending triangle. We're ascending up to a flat top, lower, higher lows along the way. Highs are equal, right on the dot. Ascending up, that's an AT. We squeeze up, we go from what? Resistance of 420. We want to break over this to bounce on this area. We need to go up what? 80, 90 cents. 415, 420, where do we go to? Right at about that 80 cent mark. Whereas the pullback takes a while. We love it. Slow matriculation back down. Boom shakalaka. Rolled into the closing bell with this trade. General rule of thumb, where have we gone to day 2 on top of this? We went from 3, we'll call it 3-ish, to 5-ish. About $2. Does anyone know 2 divided by 1? What's 2 minus 1? Let's just make that freaking easier. We'll take division out of it. What's 2 minus 1, everybody? It's 1. Correct? So if I go from 3 to 5, general thought process would be, hey, my bounce play is going to be at 4. Now we don't quite hit 4, but this also didn't start at 4. It started about 3:15, right, to start the breakout. So do real math. 3:15, I'll give it 5. But general, let's say this is really about a $1.80-85 move. $1.80 divided by 2 is 90 cents. So go to high of day to split the difference, right? What's 90 cents from high of day? 497, we'll call it 5 minus 90 cents. Boom, right there, right? This is what you're looking for. If you want to find the best bounce plays, you want to find them. Now we're finding them. We know top of channel, bottom of channel, or the in between the sandwich that gets created that I do take the bounce play on, right? I take the bounce play off of the highs. And so that's what you're looking for. The high, the low, taking bounce plays off of those over and over and over. Now we know where to find them at. More touches, the better. More touches down here, the better. Now it's the general retracement rule. Now the method in the madness. Okay, now I found them. I found what could be a good bounce play. Ooh, this looks like there's a lot of touches there. If we break above it, where I know I can go there for a bounce. Aha, but it has to go what so far? We didn't want this to go from 415 to 431 because it's not going to bounce there. Why? Because we know the bounce play retracement level already is about 80, 90 cents. And then we also know that dual rule of thumb, we go from here to here, and overall we've got $1.80. We divide that by 2. We know that's 90 cents. 90 cent reversal, 90 cent reversal. This is yelling. This is yelling at the roof to take this trade. All the stars have aligned. Somehow all the planets have aligned up to the sun. This would be it. It's perfect. Ascending triangle, it's bullish. Has off of news and a good earnings report. Has great volume for the day, well more than it typically does. Has great retracement level. On top of the retracement level that I've read off the 89 cent mark, now we've went to, if I do the retracement for the day, going back to that 50% retracement level, because that's where the bounces are going to come from, 40 to 60% retracement level. This is double whammy. 80, 90 cent reversal. Now I do the math. Yep. 50% retracement. Yup. Just like on Step Brothers. Yup. Takes you right down here. Boom. All right. You're looking for this over and over and over. Now we'll go one more into this before we want to end it. The method in the madness here, the psychology, the mental side of this is ARTL. We'll go back to ARTL. When we first started looking at this, get rid of this trend line. Tops and the bottoms. Well, we don't break out of the top. So otherwise we know what? This would be the bounce play if we did. And if it did and we want it to be the bounce play, we know what? We went from 820 down to 6. We went from 810, 820 down to 6. Okay, if I do that 2 times and had 2 great bounce plays and they both went back to where I came from, let me do the math real quickly, right? 820 down to, we'll just call it 6. That's a $2 reversal, somewhere right around there. So if we go over 815, I want it to get parabolic and move to where? 10. If we go to then 10, this area becomes an amazing bounce play. But we don't. So now what do we look for? Well, we bounced a heck of a lot down here. As you can see, 5-minute time frame. That's a lot of support for a few minutes. That's a lot of support again into before the opening bell. And not only was it good support, we did what? That's the other method to this madness. Go back to B flag. Go back to F slide. We squeezed, baby. Remember that bull flag and pre-market on F slide? Go back to it. There was a bull flag and then we squeezed up hard to the 14s. Why do you think I wanted to take those bounce plays up into, well, at 15s it actually got to? Right? Go back to F slide. Or that was F slide. Go back to B flag to the last one. The squeeze-a-rooney from 420 up to 5 was the first one when we went from 320 up to 420. I see a dollar move coming in my face, baby. Right? Right? I'm seeing the move from that area. So I'm not only doing the quick math, what's the retracement area going to be? What's the retracement doing? It's showing you. But then it's showing you how far you could possibly go. Oh, it is, baby. Right? And you can see here, so if I want to bounce play here, and it's showing me I can go to here, well, gee, golly willikers. I'm going to surround this area with orders. Right here. And sure shit enough, we bounce there, and where do we almost get our asses back up to? Right? Go back to F-Fly. Go back to B-Fly. Go back to ARDL. Oh, we are on ARDL. Go back to any of these trades I've talked about. Usually, generally, you're going to get back the return. Now, not all the time. Depends on the volume, correct, right? Depends on time of the day. So hopefully you can see the method of the madness. First, now you got to find them. We know the tops and the bottoms. Okay, now we've seen that in the sandwich areas getting created. And a lot of touches, the more the merrier, the better. Then we would go, okay, what is the retracement, Josh? What's the retracement, guys? Okay, if I'm getting a retracement here to the bounce, it's $2 every retracement, 2 to 2.15. So now I know if I want to take the top, it's got to go that far above it to make this area that sexy and that much better, and then I should get that return back up. Okay, well, we didn't do it, so now I've got to go down low and go to the bottom here. Well, I know where to go. It's showing me right here. It's yelling at me. And then I know overall, if I get one down there and the volume's still there, likelihood I can get back up to where we went, that I can get the same retracement. And then just do one last math thing if you want to, like we've talked about. 450 up to 825, we'll call it. 820, whatever that is. We'll just call it overall, just do some quick math. $1.75, $1.80 again. Something like that we've run on the day from the spike. We'll just call it 450 to 320 or 820. So about overall, you do the math, give or take. What's that? Again, just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Right, 3? We'll just go, let's go. I want to make sure I'm doing this right. $1, $2, right? Yeah. Okay, 270, 280. We've gone 280 on the day. I think what was saying 180, but 280 on the day. Overall, right? Yes. I'm just making sure I'm doing math right. So from 450 to 280 is where you've exploded from up to the high. So 280 divided by 2. So 280 divided by 2 is what? 140. $1.40. So you're going to try to find something off the highs, possibly $1.40 down for the first bounce play. Typically, if the retracements are 2 plus, maybe go, okay, $1.40. So we go to new high of day here, say 820 minus $1.40. That should put you at 780 or 680. And almost lo and behold, there you go. And there's your 50%. Now, what do I say? 40 to 60 areas where you'll see a good bounce a lot of the time. And sure enough, right there at that 50% mark is where we saw a lot of support. First bounce play, right? Then came down a little bit, but you can see where we're generally holding. If you put the line in, you can almost put your line in there at 680. So that's all I'm doing, and that's all you guys need to be doing. Where to find them, now you know, the tops, the bottoms, and of course the sandwich is getting created. Now find the method in the madness, the retracement levels. Okay, well, the first retracement level is here, and what's here and there and there. Now you know how far down to look for bounce plays. And then do the 40-60 retracement level all for the day. I've started from here, and I spiked to here. Now I need to go somewhere in the 40 to 60 area and look on the chart where that bounce could be at. And that's how you're going to be finding these bounce plays and making money. Now, in the last lesson I do to finish this off, it'll be more going over plays like your Sky Qs of the world that I'm still in currently, and how to manage the trade, where your target should be, where your stop losses should be, and I'll go through the same trades that I took and show you guys. Hope you enjoyed part 2. Part 3 incoming. All right. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. All right. So that's recorded, which is nice. I got a bounce on SkyQ T-Web. Nice. Got a little small micro bounce. I'm still only in 3 shares. Never got my 757 fill I think high on the run is 759, but there's a little bit of spread. So I didn't quite get filled there in the 750s. I probably should have tried to just sell one on my own there, but I'm still going to hold these. I will hold these as long as 685 holds. As long as 685 holds, I will hold it's 3 shares. I mean, gee golly. It's not. Axie taxi naxi, baby. What did we fucking talk about, baby? Aussie chick banked on this when I called this shit out. Fucking money. This is just roses. Roses, baby. Yeah, sorry, T-Web, you had to... That's why you could have shit. I'm telling you, T-Web, you guys need to start trusting me and putting those low orders in. Put those low orders in right now. Or when I tell you to. I told everyone to put those orders in. I walked away. I was done. I literally, like I said, I literally stepping off the live stream and was trying to let the dogs in. I was like, I've got filled. And I came back in, I was filled. And look at it. You got to think about it. It was a little scary for if you were watching it, but you were instantly green. You go to a 5-minute time frame. You go, look at this. You were back up to 640s. That's 618, of course. 618 is my entry price. Oh, bro, I knew this was a corridor. If we could get back up through this line, yesterday's high of day, oh, it was going to be sexy. Sexy, and it was. Sexy, and yeah, it definitely was a nice bounce play. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful bounce play. Any questions you guys have? I'm going to be done here I have a one-on-one in Power Hour. T-Web, any last questions? Aussie Chick, anyone else out there? I know there's not a lot of people out still on the stream. I was just saying if anyone's still around, getting that bounce play lesson, I got to get, what I'm going to do is I have no one-on-one in after hours, so I've one in Power Hour, and then I'm done for the day as far as one-on-ones are concerned, but I will be here in the office because I want to make sure the first bounce play lesson is edited up, so then I can post it, and that way you guys can watch it and watch it and watch it and watch it. And then I'm going to edit both. It'll take 2 seconds to edit both, so I have part 1, part 2 done. So what I can do is part 1 today, and I can release part 2 tomorrow. And then sometime soon we'll do part 3. Any questions you have? You got it. At the moment, I'm holding 2 shares, 7. Yeah, 7. What's funny? I have you saw the line earlier. Of course, I've just showed that off on the lesson. 757. I just put order. That's my that's my last one, and then I'll be down to 2 shares. Which in that, of course, if that's the case, then I'm definitely holding for. I want to retest to this high up here. So I know that area's gonna be tough though. That 750 mark's gonna be key. 750 to 99. I don't know, the 9. I was like, damn. Then 8. I figured, but I was like, damn, 9, bro. Okay. You're big balling it. Any questions you guys have at all? Any last questions? Again, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the live stream. Appreciate each and every one of you. Beautiful. And I waited all day for SkyQ. Should have traded AIXI as well. Honestly, should have traded that. Gone in, same about shares or whatever, and it would have been a double whammy winner today. Probably still be holding small shares for that squeeze, the new high or testing of highs. Large caps still about them for the most part. And then for the most part too, which helped out SkyQ, it helped out AIXI, is the fact that really nothing else ran today. So I hope tomorrow, at least in market, is a lot like we saw today in market, which was sexy sauce. Absolutely sexy. Oh yeah, you're good too. I figured. I'm not worried about it. I figured though. I figured. Nice U-shape here, too. Could cup and handle. Aussie Chick will work on scaling out there on TTP. On the next one-on-one, we'll have to work with that with you and figure out what's going on your end of the deal to learn how to scale out, and I'll show you what to do on TTP and how to do it. But yeah, other than that, any last questions? I appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow. Well, I'll jump back on the live stream right at the closing bell. I know a lot of the time, most of you guys are gone, but I stick around, or at least be on the Discord, so that way that lesson usually I tag everyone. So if you are on the Discord, imagine anyone listening right now is, because those lessons I post all the time on the lessons of the day and in the small caps. I usually put them in a few different spots on the Discord. Which again, even that, of course, right before I got live, I was literally about to walk in the office, like seeing the response from Love Chip, and I'm like, I have no idea, honestly. I had no idea. I'm kind of like, I always talk amazing about them. I have no idea what's going on. I'm like, I would speak my mind if there was ever, like first take. I'm like, hey, I'm a debater. You go to sports, I'm gonna definitely speak my mind on how I feel about a certain topic, but nothing about who that human is. I've never said anything bad about anyone. Even like Deck. I mean, I know he's off into what he's doing. I didn't like the way he handled things, but I don't say he's a bad human. I think he's a good person. He is. I mean, at least as far as I can. I don't know if he's killing any animals and joining some cults that I don't know of, but I get what he's doing, and that's fine. I don't like the way he handles stuff, but just as far as hanging out, he's a good guy, But that's me speaking the truth. But yeah, I mean, I love Love Chip and CR Trader. I'm like, huh? I'm like, it may have been, the way, like, on the Discord, and us agreeing on certain topics, but not about you smell like cheese, or I don't like you as a human, or you're not a good person. Like, they're great traders, and I love the way they've progressed and have their own thought process and how they're trading. I'm like, what? I'm sorry. So anyone, at my point being, if anyone ever feels that way, geez, gosh, I'm sorry. I never mean to disrespect or step on anyone's toes. That's why I'm always trying to give love to the ladies, first off, because I don't want them to feel they need to be some background figure and they're not worthy of being here. I've always spoke my mind and go back to the Tradecaster days. So I don't really know. I don't know. I'm kind of lost on that. Kind of hurts the feelings a little bit. I mean, it is like that's almost like a double whammy, like last year with Deck and now this with these guys. I'm like, huh? Like CR Trader gave you my fucking VIP tickets. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're an amazing. I love you. Like, huh? Let you speak at the last AKNR. I'm like, I don't know. It's just weird. I'm like, I get the disagreement on the Discord, but that's like being on ESPN and First Take. I'm gonna speak my mind whether it comes to certain topics or stock trading stuff, but not as like who you are as a human. Like, I think all those people are great people. Not bad. I can disagree with, stock trading stuff all day long. It's like disagreeing with sports or certain foods, or I know I'm probably hurting people's feelings in the day when I know there's one guy, poor J-Chan. We talked about food one time in breakfast, and he eats rice with eggs. And I was like, rice and eggs for breakfast? I was like, I get it for lunch and some hibachi, but for breakfast? And don't tell me it's like bowl of just plain old white rice. And he's like, yeah, I think it was too. I was like, what? I was like, giving him shit about it. That's just like this. I don't need to have him on. The guy from Europe. I love him to death. He's kind of like mean, humble about it, and just like, yeah, that's up. But I give him a hard time about over in Europe, beans and toast. The fuck, beans and toast for breakfast? Y'all just tooting over there all day long? You eat beans and toast, I would be farting all day. Might as well add some boiled eggs to it too while you're at it, and just be shitting. And shit before. Come on. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna have my, food. I try to always stay away. Religion, I don't care. You do what you want to do. I don't care about that. But politics, I try to stay away from. I don't want to bash anybody. I don't like anybody. It's kind of hard not to laugh at Trump and these old guys anymore. No offense, they're like in their 70s. Anyway, but yeah, as humans, I can't. There's very few humans I don't like and speak high praise of pretty much everybody. There's Hitlers of the world that I'm not a big fan of, but even like Tim Sykes. There's someone that there's where I see him as a human. I'm like, I don't know. That's one. It's a double whammy. But then he's helped me out in stock trading. He at least gets people into penny stocks, stock trading. So he's like a double whammy where like that guy just does not seem like he would be cool. And what from I heard doesn't seem to be that way. And Caesar says the same. But it's like at least he's helping us and he's gotten us into penny stocks or stock trading. Yeah, I know T-Web, but at least when it comes to stock trading, I'm going to speak my mind. So if there's anything that, in which I will even, reach out to him and text him later and be like, hey, sorry you feel this. I'll be like a long, hard thought process of a text to them both and say, listen, love you guys. Nothing but the best when it comes to the way I think of you as a human in friendship. Sorry if you let stock trading and my thought process and what again, I come from that. A, that's who I am, and B, I just come with the broadcast journalism. That's what you have to do. You can't be like, oh yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, if you want to be like Ryan Seacrest of the world, like that kind of a person. I'm not in sports. I mean, some sports, I guess, casters are, but God, I hate these random texts I get of like, hey, first employment, there's a job. And I'm like, it was trucking for the longest time because back when I applied for that stupid Rent-A-Center job, bro, girls, guy, anyway, bro, but I know T-Web's and I still up until, I think I stopped getting phone calls. I would get phone calls. And I like from like, this is whatever, blah, 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 blah. We'll have a $5,000 signing bonus or whatever, this, that, and the other. I'm like, oh no. At first it was like, it was annoying. And I had to like block numbers. And I got those for like years. It's like, why did I do that? No, dumbass. I'm like, why did you ever work at Rent-A-Center? It was a humbling experience. I'm glad I did it. And it's stuff like that. It's like, why can't anyone? I'm like, listen, parents did great for themselves. Humble at first, one bedroom apartment I lived in when I was a kiddo. They slowly got more, did better for themselves. My dad did great as a morning show host and really started doing, mid to upper class for Arkansas. Let's say upper mid class, upper mid class, right? A lot of us got a lot of stuff free because of dad. That helped out. That's a lot of stuff you didn't have to pay for. Like a car for so long, a TV at some of the golf clubs, and all this shit that he got given to him, being who he was, which was so cool. So you got to see both. You got to see poor. You got to see what could happen to the riches if you're nice to everyone and promote everyone. Like Mean Pig. I mean, there's so many things that I could say my dad helped out, and that's what I was. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. Again, I always would say, and I was the one. There was no other person putting Avenger people and saying we're the event. Like no one on Discord. I was the one doing that. I'm the one saying y'all are doing great. I appreciate y'all. So that's why it kind of is seeing that. So I'll reach out to them like, hey, if y'all ever had. I may disagree with the way people trade or what they're doing, but, this community as a whole, no, y'all are fucking, so it sucks. And I'm so busy with one-on-ones and doing live stream, and anytime I ever was going live, even on Tradecaster, I don't alert and talk at the same time. I know people have, man, I wish you would I'm like, I need AI to be fucking typing for me, because, how fast I talk. Anyway, I'm gonna just rewind the stream. And even deck anyone that streams live. They're never really you go to trade the pool. Anyone that's ever streaming live, they're talking. They're not there to also type in. So yeah, on Tradecaster back in the day, I was copying and pasting when I wasn't streaming live. If I was on a one-on-one because I have time to talk or time to type because they're whatever it might be. So I loved it because I just don't have the time overall. When I'm streaming live. Or especially if I'm in one-on-ones a lot of the time, to alert and type out. I just don't. And so that's why I love them. I was always trying to say, man, thank you guys. Y'all are keeping it so active over here. All the alerts all day long. And we try to tag, of course, CR and Love Chip, but then anyone else I was trying to show appreciation and always have been to anyone that's trying to learn. And then I'd always say, and even those wallflowers out there, because I know there's a lot of people that don't, and I always would say that in those long messages. I know y'all have seen those, where throughout the months I would say, hey, blah, 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 and all you guys that are out there. And that's why I thank you to all the people that are typing, because, I was one of these people at first that never typed, and I just sit back and soaked in what everyone was typing, and I couldn't be more appreciative to all those people that were chatting. Obviously, I'm fucking Mr. Lover. I'd fucking cry watching animated movies or talk to you guys about dogs and start crying, so... Love you guys. Just want to let you guys know that. I just hope everyone knows how much I appreciate every one of you so much. I'm going to take a quick little break. I do have a one-on-one coming up here in about 12 minutes. It's the heat of the night. I always have it, like when Avery's gone, I always put on that old school show. It used to be always JAG, Diagnostic, or something, Diagnosis Murder, which I've never heard of until now, and it's Dick Van Dyke and his son. It's way better than I thought. I say way better because I can't believe how much I watch of it. And all I wait for is MacGyver to come on. And it depends on, sometimes it's MacGyver for just all day for days on end or one or the other. But now it's Heat of the Night instead of JAG. So now it's, and I never watch Heat of the Night. Now here I am every once in a while. I usually am turning it. It's mostly background noise. But watching it, I still just can't get into it. Every once in a while, one will catch me. And I get hooked. I can watch MacGyver episodes like all day, every day. It's sad, but it's fun and just motivational and positive. I'll see you guys at the start of Power Hour, and I hope, or start of Power. It is about to be that. I'll see you guys at the start of After Hours. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the Bounce Play lesson, part 2. Part 1 will be coming out in After Hours. And I'll also update to see what you have coming up next. I think you have the levels and what to trade. If you need them, let's go real quickly. AIXI. What do we got here? 2, 7 area resistance with 3 to 310 resistance ahead. We'll call it 1, still 190 area support below. Really holding 2. Watch that trend line, ... Sky Q, perfect dip on the day at 6 area, still in 7.5 resistance. Let's go 7.5 resistance area with 7 area holding. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, we good? Love you guys. I'll see you guys back at the start of after hours and see what we have from there. I would imagine, Beanie, we got some movement that are still holding today, and that's the key. That we get at least maybe 1 or 2 new plays to pop up in after hours today. Really, yesterday didn't see a lot. AdVB wasn't bad, but really didn't get a lot other than that. I'll see you guys back at the start of Power Hour, after hours, and yeah, have a good one, team. See you back in again tomorrow. Same thing, bounce plays. Waiting all day. Imagine again, you're in 1,000 shares at $6, and like Aussie Chick probably was or bigger. That's you know, even we got in a little higher. I know, but still, that's $1 plus straight up bounce play. This is what we're finding every day. Even this play worked earlier on for some of you guys. You know, AIXI. So just wait, have patience, and we'll find bounce plays, and we're going to get really good movement, good returns. Good job. Well, once you get through 735, you can see this area is a little tough, this 15-cent area. But if you get through 750, you're going to be doing amazing. I'll see you guys back in a bit. let's get into my bounce plays. These are plays. This is essentially set up a pattern, a strategy that I've been using. Bottom of them and those sandwiches that get created and trade them. All right, let's get into my bounce plays. These my bounce plays. These are plays. This is essentially set up a pattern, a strategy that I've been using under my let's get into my balance. I just want to show you where to and the sandwiches that get created. Generally, in here, old resistance, the top of the the, the bounce plays. Again, a go-to for mine, AK-47. The bounce plays. Again, a go. It should be where your stop losses should be, and I'll go through the same trades that I took and show you guys. Hope you enjoyed part 2. Part 3 incoming. The bounce plays. Again, a go. To for my the bounce plays. Again, a go-to for mine, AK-47 here, Josh Smith, Prime Trading Investments. For mine, AK-47 here, Josh Smith, Prime Trading Investments. I've the main thing I'm always looking for is where did we bounce at and how good was the bounce from it. So we see we bounce here 1190 and the bounce goes from 1190 back up to test another day. So in my opinion, and then where does this area get built up? Well, from right here. So you can see on the way up here. Now, I usually would go, I'd go into a moment in time. This is where I like to zoom in and out of different time frames. 2017 into 2018 onwards. So we're talking about 10 plus years. This is always working, especially when we enter a bullish market for the small caps. And you can use this for small caps, large caps. It does not matter what stock chart you trade. This is just something you guys need to look for in your trades and your setups. And right off the bat right here, well, this is a trade that we looked at today in TH, where I see first the main thing I'm always looking for is where did we bounce at and how good was the bounce from it. So we see we bounce here 1190, and the bounce goes from 1190 back up to test the high of day. So in my opinion, if we ever see this area again, we are going to see a bounce play. And sure enough, we just got one. And then where does this area get built up? Well, from right here. So you can see on the way up here. Now, I usually I'd go into a 1 minute time frame. This is where I like zooming in and out of different time frames. Because on the way up here, I noticed this old resistance, new support right out of the gate. Right here. This little this kind of rejection then pop into new highs. Well, essentially in the run up that we had to test high of day. So I know on the way back on down, and if I also just do math, and I say we gone from 1190 to 1320, which is $1.30. Divide that by 2, that's 65 cents. So if I go down 65 cents from 1320, that puts me at 1260, and truly the math divided would be 65 cents, so at 155 area. Well, go down a little bit lower in my opinion too if you want to put orders in off the VWAP, whatever it might be. Ends up being a nice little W shape and a bounce play. So these are charts, built-in charts, right? So this isn't truly something's been truly well defined overall, right? These are small little areas that I'm looking for that maybe you haven't noticed before, is what I'm looking for. Now, some of these other ones I'm about to show you are just easy to spot. These are a little bit more difficult, but what I'm looking for, well, I'm zooming in and out from a 1 to 3 to 5, whatever time frames I like to use, up to 15 and hourly. But you can see this little sandwich all the way back to pre-market. Old resistance becomes new support. So when old resistance becomes new support here, I'd bet we come back down to that area and bounce again. Old resistance, new support, I bet we'd come back down and bounce that area again, and we do. So that's the chart for the day and a good bounce opportunity for TH. Now let's go to a lot of former runners here and go back in time. And we're going to go to ARTL just real quickly here. So ARTL. It's been a beautiful... Oh, no. What just happened? What just happened? I'm not on the date anymore. I am on 12. I hope that doesn't mess up, because this was... When was ARTL? Now I don't even have the right correct date on here that I had from earlier. So let's say if I maximize this cell, I want to be on 12.2 or 2.12. 2.12. Okay, I am on 2.12. I don't know what happened there on ARTL. So what we're going to do is find ARTL's bounce play real quickly here. 15-day, 15-minute time frame. We'll just go back in time. I know where it was at. It was right here, right here. So, I know it's a 15-minute time frame. I just want to go back in time to find it. And what I'm typically trying to do is trade the top of the channels if we break out of it. So if we broke out of this, let me maximize this cell. My bad. Let me maximize this. So on this day, when I find the bottom of the channel and the top of the channel, those are going to be very key areas. So if we broke out of this channel, I know that the top of this will be support once we break out of it. But we never break out of it that day, so what I tell traders is go to the bottom area and put orders in off this bottom support. Now, it doesn't quite get down there to it, but you can see how beautiful that was, and we channeled out. And just to go back to and show you, overall how this play then becomes bullish once you hold the bottom area. Now, I know we cracked back below it, but you can see even the next day, we bounced at that 6 area. And again, I'm either trading the top or the bottom. We don't break out of it. We have a lot of resistance up top. We continue to fail. Well, then I just come to the bottom side. All right, so find the tops and the bottoms. You're going to see this quite a bit. Let's go to FSLI right here. All right, so FSLI, whoopsies. The first thing I'm seeing this day, if I zoom out just a little bit more, is we're building up consolidation. We've done it twice. We did it in pre-market, bounce. So we're bouncing right here through this area, right? And I'll do this since I know it's a great visual. I'll add a drawing real quickly, and I'll do this, right? So something like this. And you can see there's the bounce area right through there. And then what do we do again in a smaller fashion right through here, right? And I'll try to tighten this up. Right? Whoopsies, whoop. I meant to click on that. Let me zoom back here again. Boom, right. Look at that. So now I know where the support's built in at. It came down, bounced here a couple of times. So I said, hey, if it goes back up and tests new high of day and doesn't break out, So I can't use this in the same thought process, right? I'm trading the top and the bottom, the top and the bottom, top and the bottom. Well, we don't break out yet. And so what am I going to do? I'm going to trade the bottom. So when we form this beautiful bottom at 1475, 1460, it pops back to 15 plus. I know the last reversal, and that's what I'm looking at too. How big are the reversals? Well, if the first reversal came from 1540 to 1560 down to around 1470 to 14, so essentially a $1.90 reversal. Well, once we pop up the highs, I'm going, hey, we're good to go now. We can put orders in back at this area, and we're going to see another bounce. We had a dollar reversal for a first, bounce, and then a second bounce. Let's try it again. And this is a play that I scaled out, came down, was in still small shares, letting this test into my stop loss. Was just going over this earlier today in one-on-one, or letting this test my entry. Entry is now stop loss. Entry is now stop loss. As I've scaled out some, let it run, let it give it some room to breathe. And my goal is to get to new high of day. And then boom, old resistance becomes new support again. Now it's just a quick tip, right? And that's what you get on these bullish plays when you get this overextended move up. You're not going to get traditional pullbacks most of the time. You're getting these quick little pullbacks along the way, and you very rarely will come back to this old resistance area and get bounces. Until what? You finally do have the sell-off. Everyone's taking their shares. We're up huge on the day, and finally, you come back down and you can find an old resistance, new support bounce. We don't quite do it here, but on these overextended plays, you don't want to keep challenging these areas on the way up. This isn't, hey, old resistance, new support on a bullish play, because here's my point. Let's go to the next lesson. And we're going to go back to a play like this, where generally speaking, when you go old resistance, new support, you want a channel play. And here's a great example of that. So I wanted old resistance to become new support, but I also noticed that we have what? 420 resistance, we came back down to 340. Essentially 330. Essentially, you do the math. It's about an 80-cent reversal, right, overall. So when this starts to squeeze with this ascending triangle, and we move up to new high of day, I want it to get to 5. I'm rooting for it to get to 5. I don't know. I don't like breakouts. I don't trust them as much. I can't do a lot of math on how far people are going to continue to buy this on the move up. On certain bullish plays, true, yes, I do feel that, but not on a play that's come out with earnings and small cap. We know this play could end at any time. And so I want this to get my general rule of thumb. 80-cent pullback led to a nice 80-cent pop back on up. I want an 80-cent pullback, so I'm rooting for it to get close to 5. Why 5 minus 80 cents is 420. Got filled here. Bounce right back on up. Now, did we get 80 cents? No, but we got close to it. You got about 70 cents. Ran out of time, so to speak, and then volume, so does as the day ended. Old resistance, new support. And so transversely on that, what am I looking to trade so far? What is it looking like? Top of the channels, which you haven't seen yet. Now we finally got the breakout of resistance to move up to come back down to get to 1. So you're trading off of that first step, off that first floor, right? First step, first floor goes up to the second step, second floor. Well, we don't go to the third one. Well, that means we're coming back to the first one, and we're going to bounce off of it majority of the time. Rule of thumb, on top of that would be how much was your first pullback that led to the good bounce? It was 80 cents. So you're looking for an 80-cent pullback generally most of the time. Or if it's 50 cents, you'd be looking for a 50-cent pullback. If this was a dollar pullback, I'd be looking for a dollar move up for a dollar pullback, if that makes sense. So so far I'm trading the top. If we break out, if we don't and we came back down, where was my bounce play? Hopefully, ding, 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 ding. You're saying down at the bottom, Josh, down at the bottom, AK, down here. If we didn't break out and we came down just like that first trade you showed us on Artle, you're right. Or the second trade I just showed you in F-Sly. Down to the bottom, we haven't broke out yet. Down to the bottom, we haven't broke out yet. So let's continue to move on through this here. Bounce plays. Now, Turb ends up being multiple bounce opportunities throughout multiple days on TURB. And the main thing I'm looking for on TURB most of the time were sandwiches. And this is now trading the in-between levels, which I showed you to start off with actually with TH. Old resistance, new support. I don't know that that's actually going to hold up at first, but I'm doing the math and saying my was 175 down to 150, 25 cents, so reversal. $2 or 190, I should say 190 down to around 165, 25 cent reversal. So when we pop back up to new high or a testing high of day, where's the bounce play, Josh? Where's the bounce play? Anyone listening? Back down at 165. Boom, got filled. Sandwich area. Old resistance becomes new support. Get filled, get filled. Now, we get pretty close to continue to doing that for the rest of the day. Old resistance, we pop up to new highs. We come back down in that last old resistance area, new support. Truly, even could be said through here. So I'm noticing sandwiches are working. Old resistance, new support, even in after hours. So I traded it well that day. Now let's move forward a few days here. Margot, could you please stop that? Margot, no ma'am. Let's move forward a few days here where I'm trading this now actually. Again, old resistance, new support. Old resistance, new support, right? So now I'm starting to notice something heavy into this trade. Old resistance is probably going to become new support. I know someone in chat right now took the 510 bounce play. I as well, besides that bounce play, took this. Old resistance became new support. So I've seen this in the trend within the trade. Find the trend within the trade. So old resistance, new support tells me what? Well, I'm going to come back down here and get a bounce play. And sure enough, boom. And you can see almost, again, got a good one before cracking in between these levels and what? Finally coming down to 510. Old resistance, new support. And then what happens when you crack support? Well, it becomes resistance, right? So there's that 510 then becomes resistance, which was once support. Was resistance, then support, now resistance again. So now you can see I'm trading the top of the channels, the bottom of the channels, or the in-between, right? So I'm trading the bottom. This becomes a top that becomes a sandwich. So I'm trading the top / now sandwich area, right? And that's all I'm trading. Find the tops, find the bottoms. Let's keep rolling through these here. A little bit more quicker like. What do we see here, team? Old resistance, we break out of it, becomes, new support out of the gate. So I tell traders we pop back in a new high of day from it, we're going to take a bounce play at 250. Oh, and then lo and behold, we hold 250 all the way through the rest of the day. Becomes a good sandwich. Top bun's a little bigger than the bottom bun. True, get it, got it, good. But look at the bottom of the channel. I'll put a line in right there. Say, hey, look for a 220, maybe down to 215 bounce. Bam, right there in after hours. Holds beautifully, right? Does come down the next day. Bam, hits the bottom of the channel. Whammy. It's very easy where to find these bounce plays if you just wait for the chart to build up. That's all I'm doing every single day. I'm flipping through the channels and I'm waiting to find the trend. I'm waiting to find the chart. Build me the chart, right? Jerry Maguire, show me the money. Show me the chart. Build me the chart. I'll show you the money. All right, let's keep going through these. You're going to keep seeing the same stuff over and over and over here. Let's go to maximize sell. What do we see? Now, nothing truly old resistance, new support, but I do find a bottom support area. Find two here. One at 3 and one at 285. So you can put orders in at 3 into 285 for a bounce. Got filled once, got filled twice, then got filled again before finally cracking off from that level. Right? You're finding the bottoms and you're finding the tops. You're waiting for those to get created over and over and over and over and over. It doesn't matter what the price of the ticker is, how much it's moved for the day. This one wasn't perfect, but it worked out. Old resistance, new support. So we had orders in from the 640 mark into, it was lower. It was a big area. I didn't like it. But it did come down and filled us there for a good move back on up. And then again, then what happens? That old resistance then becomes support, becomes resistance again. And now you can trust it for short possibly as well, That's why I say put your lines in and trade them. Now this one isn't perfect, I know, but you can see the bottom of that flag where it's sending up. The bottom of it, I put a line in about 515, and so we bounce to the top of it. Then we bounce to the bottom of it before cracking in what becomes resistance. It's the same thing over and over and over. I love it. I love it. Let's go over. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's keep going through these. Vero. Remember VERO. This one's another good bounce play. Trade the tops, trade the bottoms. Find that nice bull flag that's created. Find these bull flags. Let's watch this one. This one's sexy. Bull flag, consolidation, channel, whatever you want to call this, right? Squeezes up, becomes support. Right afterward, this is bounce play material. Then even right there in after hours, and look, the bottom part gets a bounce in after hours. And you think I'm done yet? No, I'm not. You go to the very next day. Remember that bottom first bull flag consolidation channel you built? Bounced off the top of it for some good bounce plays at 390 back up to 480, almost a dollar bounce. No, we didn't bounce to the bottom. When I was saying, did we finally? We didn't. No, we got an offering. I think that's right. Offering came out on VERO, if I'm not mistaken. Even here, old resistance, the top of this consolidation, the top portion of it, when we really explode. That's the key, right? When we explode through it, now that right there becomes and finds a bottom. You can find good support. I remember taking this trade after it came down here at the noon mark, or 1 o'clock mark my time. I actually finally got filled on this, and then you couldn't have got filled a second time. And then what happens? You crack off and you get good shelf cracks. So you can see the theme here. Over and over and over. Find old resistance that becomes new support. Find the bottom of the channel and trade the bottom of the channel. I think there was a couple of these. Yeah, here we go. This one had multiple days here, right? Where your MNTS, this one had multiple days here. Where you're finding old resistance. Now, again, I know I put the line in it. There's more, up there, up top. And you can't always go with that's why it's the more touches, the better. The more touches, the better. You're going to find that these plays work out a little bit more so, right? Like, let's just say, for instance, right here, the more touches, the touches, the touches, the touches, the touches. So when you finally break out of it, boom, you get a good move, right? And it's not only how many touches you create for bounce plays, for reversals that come afterward. It's truly about what did you do from those lines. What did we do from the lines? INBS, where did we trade this one at? This is more so later on where the bounce plays were really starting to get created, right? You're putting your lines in. Doesn't work out perfectly this day on that blue line, but for the most part, you can just see where you're putting lines in and you're finding bounce plays off of them. This was more of the consolidation, like one of those first trades I showed you. Find the bounce play, goes up to new highs. This area come back down here, right? So bounce. Now we know if we go up to new high of day, 475, 480. Now we can come back down off this 760 mark to get for a bounce play. So I'm either trading the bottom of the consolidation I find, the top of it, which a lot of these aren't going to be perfect. There are some really perfect trades in there. ESKO is one. Here's another one, actually an end on one that really kind of ends up being pretty sexy sauce here. Go to EKSL. I thought we traded this actually multiple times. Maybe we didn't either. But old resistance, new support. And then if I put a line in right here, let's just see what happens when I put a line in right there. And that's the bottom of that first good channel. Well, we never bounced on it. Never was the next day. Didn't get perfect there. But that's all I'm ever trading, and then didn't quite get it here. But and I know it's not always the next day, but sometimes you see that. But if I put a line in, just basing off of boom, that's really most of the top resistance and the top support. And there's the same thing for the bottom. So we'll just zoom out here and go, how well did that line work out? Well, it works pretty good. Bounced on the bottom part there, got really close a couple of times, trying to fail here and bounce on it back and forth throughout the tape there. And that's all I'm ever using. It's really, generally speaking, the prettier ones have been built up a little bit more so recently. Like this is a great example on B-Fly. This is a great one where you get this old resistance. You get an 80-cent reversal to an 80-cent bounce. So you double top, you squeeze hard from it. So now you know that area is strong. That 480 area is, or 480, 420 area is very strong. Very strong. Failed at it a couple times and we really blew through it. Now I trust to come back down off of it and bounce. Also doing the ratio, right? 80-cent reversal led to the bounce. 80-cent reversal led to the bounce. And that's what I'm typically looking for. Finding the channels here like Ardle. Finding these channels. Trading the bottom. Trading the top. I mean, we can just go back here most recently was ELAB. We'll just go to ELAB here. We'll just go real quickly here to ELAB most recently. And what were we doing? Finding the tops and the bottoms of the channel. So here on Monday of this last week, the bottom of the channel, in my opinion, was right around this area from after hours the day before, right around 290 into 3. That was the bottom of the consolidation. Boom, bounce play off of it. The next day, I think old resistance, new support. The bottom is right around old resistance becoming new support at 355. I'm just trading the tops and the bottoms. Find those consolidation areas essentially. Trade the tops for the bounce, or for if we break out of the top, when it comes back down to it, take the bounce play, right? Same thing for the bottom of the channel. Look for the bottom bounce of the channel. That's all I'm doing, over and over and over and over. I'll do another 20-minute lesson on this coming up soon. I just want to show you where to find them, how to spot, and now the next one will be how to trade them. So this is how to spot your bounce plays and where to be looking for them. And next time I'll break them down a little bit more on how to trade them. The general rule of thumb of, hey, you want an 80-cent reversal. The last one was 80 cents before you saw a good bounce play. And I'll really break these play down. So this will be a 3-part lesson I figured I'd do. How to trade them and really break down the theory here of bounce plays. But this is what to be looking for and where to find them in the charts. Find the top of those channels of consolidation, those bull flags that get created. Find the top of them. Find the bottom of them. And those sandwiches that get created and trade them.
I'm Larry Love. I am an electrical engineer, student, an activist, internet busybody, a believer in freedom and autonomy and opportunity and franchise, and try to do the things that I can do to help those. We're here at the site of the Grenfell Tower atrocity, where people burnt to their death. So there's a few hundred people here to have a silent walk to mark the fact that there's still unfinished business here, and that happened in a self-organised, decentralised way. And one of the benefits of the internet, as long as we maintain that freedom, is that there's low barriers of entry to being involved in a protest action or in a community response to address a problem. And we'll need that when the things that we rely on to address problems fall short, and increasingly they're seeming to do so. A lot of people use technology on a daily basis, but they don't really understand it. They don't understand the way that it can be used to control or it can be used to liberate. When we use Twitter or when we use Facebook, we're not really the users, we're not really the customers, we're the product. Every day that you're on that internet, on that social network, you're being strip-mined. Your consumption habits, your choice of what entertainment to watch, tied down to a fixed identity that's correlated with your purchasing. You are being monetized on a daily basis, and there's no informed bargaining there. Because people didn't understand that this was potentially a system of control until it became one. The internet is now a tool of the accumulation of central power. What that means is we're in a precarious position if we don't take back some of that freedom and autonomy. The blockchain enables different kinds of pattern and structure to grow. It enables you to collaborate, not just on the level of ideas, but on the level of value and value creation. It gives you an actual power to affect change in the world. And it's going to scare the shit out of some very powerful people.
I've also told people that it can trade at $100,000 before it trades to zero. If you're stupid enough to buy it, you'll pay the price for it one day. I don't personally understand it. Who cares about Bitcoin?
Roller coaster ride has seen it come from virtually nowhere and into the public conscious, of course, over the last couple of years.
If you're a modern criminal, chances are you use it to buy guns, drugs, and even launder money.
So there is a use case for Bitcoin if you're a criminal. Great product. I mean that. I don't know who started it.
Who's actually there? Is it ISIS?
Bitcoin is still in that sort of dark period that most people don't understand but are willing to trade because they
make no mistake. This is the Wild West. There are now 1,300 cryptocurrencies.
Don't want to see investors make the mistake of getting in here if they are getting into something that's fraudulent.
No consumer protection
in the next 3 to 5 years. Is it a risk? Absolutely. Why not make a buck? Why not make a buck? Why not make a buck?
We don't know those answers.
Why not make a buck?
The charts are ugly.
Why not make a buck?
The underlying technology, it's called blockchain.
But I think the blockchain technology behind it is here to stay.
The next generation of the internet.
The information age is only in its infancy, and yet we have already seen a barrage of disruptive technologies. Perhaps the most captivating and polarizing of these innovations is cryptocurrency and blockchain. Do they represent a revolution that will drive the next phase of this era? Or are they a sham created by overzealous hackers and fraudsters? To find the answer requires going back to the early days of the internet itself.
Late 1970s, early 1980s. One of the beautiful things about internet back in those days, there was no central point of control in it. If you could talk anybody on the net into being your neighbor on the Usenet, then you could get copies of any message they got. It was sort of like a forum, but distributed worldwide. You could post messages in a couple of hundred different topic areas, and that message would go into your computer. And then the next time it made a phone call out to one of its neighboring computers, that message would get transferred, so it would spread throughout the whole network.
There was a very utopian ideal dream of the internet. It was a realized ideal of not being vested in centralized power or authority, but being a network that is open to all, that anyone can access. The internet was democratize.
A goal of the project is to permit everyone, young and old, rich and poor, to be linked through computer networks.
There was a rapid advance in the 80s and 90s, sort of like private internet, and then boom, the whole public thing just exploded.
We saw the warning signs when the first centralized services were introduced. The negotiation changed between the user and the provider of the service.
Imagine if you bought a house and the basement was locked and only the original building contractor had the key. If you needed to make any change, repair anything, you had to go to him. You're at that person's mercy.
The internet became an integral part of our lives, upending many established forms of business and promising a connected, democratized world through social networks. Criticism began to grow as the internet became more centralized. While its worldwide user base expanded, power was being concentrated in only a handful of giant services and platforms. But in 2008, everything started to change.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis.
I cannot underscore enough how serious an issue this is.
Amid a world economy on the verge of collapse, a theoretical manifesto emerged by a pseudonymous creator named Satoshi Nakamoto. While some have been falsely identified as Bitcoin's creator,
I just believe that somebody put that fictitious name in there.
And others have claimed to be Satoshi in the flesh.
So you're going to show me that Satoshi Nakamoto is you?
Yes.
The true identity of Satoshi is still unconfirmed.
We don't know who Satoshi Nakamoto really is. Satoshi Nakamoto might be Satoshi Nakamoto. It might be the NSA. It might be a company. It might be a small woman living in Arkansas. We literally have no idea.
But one thing seems clear. Whoever created Bitcoin and its underlying technology had their sights set on upending centralized power on the internet and beyond.
How would you explain the appearance of Bitcoin?
Well, I think what's interesting there is suddenly this thing came out of nowhere. I mean, it actually made a lot of new types of transaction possible that wouldn't have been possible before. This website called Silk Road was starting to actually use cryptocurrency to do these, illegal transactions. And it also brought Bitcoin onto everybody's radar.
You want heroin, opium, cannabis, ecstasy, psychedelics, stimulants, you name it, they have it.
So people were panicked. A lot of people in law enforcement didn't really know what to do about this. They thought that this was going to completely undermine all of our legal systems and our law enforcement. And to a certain extent, it did.
Government needs to pay attention to this technology. This was made all the more clear last month when federal law enforcement took down and seized an online marketplace called the Silk Road, on which many illegal products and services were bought and sold via Bitcoin.
What's interesting is that Bitcoin, it's proven that you can create a currency out of software, and people will value it and will use it.
In April of 2013, Bitcoin's value swells. Many call it a Ponzi scheme and a bubble.
What do you think of the Bitcoin bubble stories covered the Financial Times yesterday?
Yeah, bubble's an easy term to throw around. The question really you have to ask about Bitcoin is it going to move beyond just being this kind of freak show reserve currency story of the online world to being a real, viable, long-term transactional currency?
And you say yes.
I say it's very possible.
What Satoshi did was solve one of the biggest unsolved problems in distributed systems theory, which is the Byzantine generals problem, is that if you have a system that's not being centrally orchestrated, how do you keep it in consensus? If you're going to use it for electronic assets, then the thing you want everyone to agree on is that something's only been spent once.
And that's been called the double spend problem.
And it had already been proved that this problem cannot be solved.
Satoshi Nakamoto came up with a solution called the blockchain. A lot of people are like, well, what's the blockchain versus Bitcoin? The blockchain is the flux capacitor that makes Bitcoin possible.
This is what makes time travel possible, the flux capacitor.
So each cryptocurrency has its own blockchain, and the blockchain is basically a record of all the transactions. There's a lot of magic and crypto mysticism around the blockchain, but really the answer is it's simply a record of all the transactions, and it's constructed in such a way that cheating is not possible and that there is no central server.
My name is Spiros Michalakis. I am a quantum physicist here at the Caltech's Institute for Quantum Information and Matter. The amazing thing about the blockchain is how it takes some localized information and decentralizes it like throughout in a global way, right, throughout the whole system. And this is actually very similar to how we try to protect quantum information from the environment by taking the local information and encoding it in a very global way, almost like as we call in a fractal way, right, throughout all these tendrils, where you have an initial seed and then it would spread. And each part of this fractal is one of the users of the blockchain, making sure that, like, the whole thing is consistent. Each block contains some transaction data. Each block in that chain is verified and contains information from the block before it. This transaction history has an integrity that comes from this idea. And so if you want to mess with the chain, you cannot just mess with any one block. You have to mess with all of its history. It's an amazing way of decentralizing this information.
Decentralized means the computers are all over the world. If one of them blows up, another one takes its place, and you never really notice the network continues to function. And it's not owned or run by a single organization, kind of like the internet itself. But blockchain is not really a thing. Blockchain is a process.
If you wanted to reverse this process, it would be the same as trying to take every atom of smoke and try to reverse until it came back to its original state and place. It's very difficult to do. Even with the advent of quantum computers, we don't believe that we can reverse this.
Losses on that, which is key for people who bought Bitcoin near the end of 2013 as it ramped up to a peak of about $1,200. It's currently trading for less than $600, depending on where you look to try and do a Bitcoin transaction now. But
regardless of the volatility, Bitcoin's run-up in value catches the attention of technophiles and crypto fanatics across the globe. Anyone can use their own equipment to produce cryptocurrency in a process known as mining. It was the beginning of a digital gold rush.
Recognizes all 9 cards. While that's initializing, it takes a while. I'll take you over to the rig. This is the rig here. This is 9 RX 580, 8 gigabyte models.
Mining is using computational power to try to verify one of these transactions.
My plan is, because I have more over there, my plan is to actually
getting a lot of different individuals out there and giving them an incentive. For example, in the Bitcoin case, like giving them a part of a Bitcoin.
It's a race to validate transactions on the blockchain and be rewarded with freshly mined Bitcoins. The more computational power you have, the better chance you have to succeed, which requires a lot of machines and a lot of energy.
When we were there, he said his rigs were making $8 million worth of Bitcoin a month.
I'm a smiling guy right now. It's crazy. It's the largest mine in North America and most of the rest of the world.
Inside, it's incredibly loud. My God, how many machines are there?
There are over 10,000 graphic cards on this side alone. More than the world's biggest supercomputer.
它必须散热转血，它不转血的话，我们的煤油温度就高了，高了之后，机器就会死气出现故障，然后。
Satoshi was ingenious enough to bend the rules of the framing of the question.
How do you actually make sure that this is the right transaction history?
And it's introduced an economic incentive to keep that consensus, which underpins the blockchain.
The users of the blockchain maintain its integrity.
I have more cards to come.
Instead of having to have trust in one central authority.
I got it running at 30 mega hash across 9 cards stable.
And that is where the cryptographic idea comes into play.
To 30.
Cryptography has been something that has been going on for a very long time, from the ancient Greeks, where they would just shave somebody's head, they would write something on the top of the head, let the hair grow, and then like send them on their merry way. And on the other side, the receiver of the message would know to decrypt the message by shaving their head.
Cryptography is at the heart of a bunch of important things. It's at the heart of mathematics. Many important questions in mathematics have related to issues that cryptography brings up. Diplomacy. How do you negotiate with your enemies? How do you exchange messages with your ambassador who is sitting in a foreign country? It has a lot to do with the conduct of war. The Allies had made some advances in cryptography during World War II that shortened the war by multiple years.
Now we've gotten better at this, but it's still what we call classical cryptography. Everything that is encrypted in that way. And the blockchain is one of the blocks, is protected using classical cryptographic protocols.
With the invention of the blockchain, your trust is now in math, the laws that underpin the universe. Blockchain is basically a tool to rid the world of a lot of corruption and unfair advantage. And a lot of people are starting to realize that that's what this is, and they're starting to squawk about it right now.
I don't personally understand the value of something that has no actual value. If you're stupid enough to buy it, you'll pay the price for it one day. I've also told people that it can trade at $100,000 before it trades to zero. So tulip bulbs traded for $75,000 once, something like that.
In the 17th century in Holland, tulips became so popular, an entire business could be bought with them, the entire country. It was, of course, tulip mania.
So what does Buffett not like right now? That would be Bitcoin. He says that Bitcoin right now looks a little bit tulip-like to him.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's not around in 10 or 20 years.
Everybody who's in it says blockchain is so secure. They act as if, look, nothing's more secure than this.
It doesn't serve any socially useful function.
This market doesn't produce even more tulips.
I haven't seen that chart since the tulip.
We ought to just go back to what we always have had.
What happened to gold?
I find generally the people that say those things are people that don't really understand the technology. I just don't know how much homework they've done.
Can you give them tenths and hundredths of a Bitcoin?
I think that they're slicing
right?
dice Bitcoin.
What about the mining of Bitcoin?
They have the picks and they have the shovels.
Well, they're selling into the blockchain as the whole blockchain infrastructure.
It's ridiculous, is it not?
It's absurd.
Yeah.
You know, Jamie Dimon speaking about Bitcoin just moments ago, making some very harsh comments. You see the reaction, they're down by 1.7%. Here's what he said.
Jamie Dimon calling Bitcoin a fraud.
Worse than tulip bulbs. He would fire any trader trading Bitcoin for being stupid, and Bitcoin won't end well.
People like Jamie Dimon who say that it's a bubble.
I mean, he's starting to see people take money out of his bank and put it into Coinbase. Of course he's going to say that stuff. So, you got to look at who's the messenger.
These individuals probably have other motives to want the blockchain to fail. I mean, it's the same thing, I guess, as having a car company that has been using gas, say that, hybrids or totally electric cars, they're just a fad.
It is true that these technologies do represent a threat to them. If they have done the research, then they will pretty quickly figure out that these are probably going to disrupt their business models.
He deposits his paychecks in the bank. It is added to the amount of his credit in the bank.
If you think about the function of a bank is really just a ledger of who owns what when.
It's essentially cloud storage of money, right? That's what a bank is. You have to put your money somewhere, and then the bank handles moving it around.
And it takes days to figure that out, in their case.
And if you have another system,
if you can automate all that,
decentralized,
so all the assets and all the people around the assets already know who owns what when, whenever it is,
store their money themselves, and allows them to move their money instantly,
all the time,
in any amount, anywhere in the world, as easily as transmitting an email.
What is the purpose of a bank?
Why do you need JP Morgan? Why do you need Jamie Dimon? The need for them vanishes from the world.
We're likely years away from blockchain-based technologies replacing our current financial system, if they do at all. But today, in nations like Kenya, cryptocurrencies are providing financial freedom and empowering people to create income in a struggling economy.
More than 10 minutes. Analysts say it will take a long time for the economy to recover.
The first time I heard of cryptocurrency, it didn't make sense to me at all. It didn't make sense to me, money, like a form of digital money, and that's not controlled by the government. But I started mining cryptocurrencies mid-June last year. This cryptocurrency mining rig is just an ordinary computer with a lot of graphic cards. It's open air, so that it's because it's generating a lot of heat, so that it can be dispensed easily. And so just down here, my mining income is actually really good. My current earnings per month put me at a middle-class level. There's a lot of cryptocurrency being moved around by just Kenyans. There's some form of restriction from the governments who still think it's a Ponzi scheme or a bubble. But it really bank the unbanked. It enables people who didn't have this financial support before can finally access it. Especially in Africa, where we're sitting at more than 60% of unemployment. I think cryptocurrencies are here to stay. Blockchain is one of the biggest breakthrough technologies to ever exist to date. And now we completely start thinking about money in a very different way.
As the popularity of Bitcoin grows, so does the number of miners. And soon, there's an explosion of cryptocurrencies.
So let me get this straight. You took Bitcoin and you just changed the font to Comic Sans.
And we put a dog on it.
But Dogecoin was only the beginning. Everything from Jesus coin, Trump coin, and UFO coin. Of course, porn gets in the game, with Titcoin and even Fuck Token. Most of these are scams, or Bitcoin copycats, raising the chorus of naysayers who dismiss the entire space as a joke. But to a growing number of people, blockchain is no joke. They believe this technology has the potential to upend everything from Wall Street to Silicon Valley.
Tim Draper recently beat out 44 other bidders at the U.S. government's Bitcoin auction last week. Are you that much of a believer in the virtual currency?
I am very excited about Bitcoin and what it can do for the world. We're here at Draper University, Hero City. There's a university across the street and an incubator and accelerator here with a network of venture capitalists. It's a whole ecosystem. The blockchain is very special because it's a new thing and it allows a whole new form of creativity that we can all benefit from. It's amazing what the blockchain will be able to do over the next 10, 15 years. Insurance, banking, real estate, any of those industries that really hasn't caught up to the new way of operating, those are all fair game, even venture capital. By having it being a perfect ledger, it becomes the accountant, it becomes the lawyer. It's like a bureaucrat that is incorruptible.
If you take nothing else away from this talk, I actually want you to remember that while blockchain technology is relatively new, it's also a continuation of a very human story.
We are going through one of the greatest transformations in the history of the world. Hang on for the ride. This is going to be awesome. This is bigger than the internet. In my mind, this is bigger than the internet.
We are now entering a further and radical evolution of how we interact and trade.
It took time before the finance and technology sectors saw cryptocurrency and blockchain as potentially disruptive, while the US government felt threatened from the earliest days of Silk Road and maintain an aggressively defensive position.
We are very focused on cyber currencies. We want to make sure that bad people cannot use these currencies to do bad things.
If you can establish another payment system via cryptocurrencies, that gives us less control over putting sanctions on their economy.
No one can impose sanctions on Bitcoin. It allows North Korea a lot of leeway to move money around, to collect money, to store money, to do the things that, Kim Jong-un wants to do.
I mean, there's been talk about Iran doing this. Obviously, Russia might start getting involved.
Значит, вот смотрите, мы уже с вами обсуждаем эту тему не первый раз. Один из наших коллег в одной из арабских стран, бывший министр нефти, он как-то сказал, каменный век закончился не потому, что камни кончились, а потому что появились новые технологии. Вот они появляются в мире.
It does sort of complicate the narrative, and this first step is something that not only New York, but DC should be paying attention to.
In less stable nations, cryptocurrencies provide a more urgent use as a crisis currency that can help to circumvent broken financial policy. Venezuela is one such country.
And now to the continuing political and economic crisis in Venezuela.
With inflation through the roof, with jobs, cash, food and medicine scarce, many Venezuelans have lost faith in their politicians, and they're increasingly looking inwards, organizing themselves in the hope of a better future.
We have a very active community of Bitcoin here. You know, it started around 2.5 years ago. Many millions of Venezuelans fled the country because of economic turmoil. They were scared because we have capital controls. We have hyperinflation. The prices keep going up and up and up.
The IMF is predicting that by the end of this year, Venezuela's inflation rate could get as high as 13,000%.
Bitcoin says there's another way. There's another way. You know, it's not going to inflate because we can't inflate it, and that gives you some assurance. That gives you an incredible freedom.
Most cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, are designed with a fixed supply and to be deflationary. But Venezuela's government is taking all possible measures to prevent further subversion of their economic power by cracking down on miners and creating a cryptocurrency of their own that they can control.
The government has a plan to pull the country out of a deepening crisis, and it involves cryptocurrency. Venezuela launched a new oil-backed digital currency today. This Bitcoin-esque virtual currency is called the Petro.
Through their fears of it being too radical and revolutionary, there's an attempt to put the genie back in the bottle. This is also a means to exercise control over it.
When I found out about cryptocurrencies, I could find my means to live here. That there's so many opportunities by doing cryptocurrency.
Whatever the fate of cryptocurrencies and their ability to disrupt political and economic power, governments will likely fight back against any attempt to loosen their grip on control.
Governments are threatened by this. They're concerned about criminal activity.
Bad people.
Things like kidnappings, being paid with ransoms in Bitcoin.
Bad things.
And, you know, there is kind of a long-term threat that if something like Bitcoin can exist, even if they shut this one down, now that proof of concept's out there, maybe there could be another one, and maybe you can't put this idea away. You know, hackers, they basically had this kind of idealistic vision.
It's hard to pinpoint exactly where and when the hacker movement got started. Early hackers believed that information and tools should be free, and they openly shared their work with others.
The widespread proliferation of open-source technologies like cryptocurrency and blockchain was exactly what hackers had envisioned from the beginning. Hacker movements like the cypherpunks were driven by their love of technology and their strongly held beliefs, from the right to privacy to the freedom of information.
We all thought that learning and teaching about computer security was essential if we were going to have networked computers. It was important for privacy, it was important for society.
They said, maybe I could actually build this kind of ideal civilization where cryptography and computers can actually make us more secure than we were. This movement came a little bit out of the political and a little bit out of the tech.
It was the people working illegally in the underground who made most of the advances.
The liberal arts majors whose only computer time available was if they gummed up the locks and snuck into the building late at night because they weren't allowed to sign up for this stuff.
I was pretty much like the rest of the hackers. I felt that I was something. The rest of the world didn't think microcomputers were going to amount to anything. I just thought I had a neat one for my house. I'm going to show others. I'm going to even help them build their own.
What Satoshi was trying to do was say, how can we make a currency that won't be completely run by the government? And he tried to do it with software, with code. Release that software for free, and everybody who makes Bitcoins runs a version of that software now.
Some argue that the computer revolution could not have happened without that hacker ethic.
But the government, years ago, they decided that, hackers were going to break into every computer and launch nuclear missiles. And so they passed this incredibly strong, vague, poorly defined law called the CFAA, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
Tell us about your case.
I am a international fugitive, in the words of the Department of Justice, because I'm perceived as being representative of this attempt to undermine the authority of the US government.
Larry Love, who has Asperger's, is accused of stealing huge amounts of data from US agencies, including the Federal Reserve, the Department of Defense, NASA, and the FBI. American authorities want the 31-year-old to stand trial in the States over charges of cyber hacking. His lawyers say it could result in a sentence of up to 99 years in jail if convicted.
The Computer Fraud Abuse Act, aka the CFAA, has been called the worst law in technology. And the courts are all over the place. And it allows private parties to essentially say, you know, listen, you violated our terms of service, you've signed on to Facebook, you lied about your age, bang, you've just committed a felony. Aaron Swartz got prosecuted under the CFAA for downloading a bunch of academic articles out of basically a closet at MIT. They went after him real hard.
The charges could have landed him in prison for up to 35 years, along with $1 million fine. But with prosecutors pressing serious charges, Swartz hanged himself Friday at his Brooklyn apartment.
The problem with these laws is there's a lot of prosecutorial discretion, and so if the government wants to go after somebody like Aaron Swartz, they can do that, and sometimes you see people being extradited, put in prison potentially for years and years for doing something that, if it happened in the physical world, we'd probably call kind of a minor prank.
Larry's a very interesting case because what he's alleged to have done there is participate in an operation called Op Last Resort. So Anonymous hacked the United States Sentencing Guidelines website and replaced the front page of that website with a game of asteroids. They really didn't do any real harm. What this was a protest of what happened to Aaron and the abuses of the DOJ in prosecuting computer crimes.
When Aaron Swartz sort of tragically took his life, there was a widespread sense that US judicial system wasn't working very well for people who are involved in information activism or people who are active on the internet.
The internet saw the rise of decentralized protest movements, from Occupy and Anonymous in the US to the Arab Spring in the Middle East, where the internet was literally turned off to squash the revolts. As the internet became more centralized, it became easier to disrupt these forms of protest. But blockchain-based technologies represent a new potential for decentralized protest and the freedom of information.
There's a battle going on right now, a battle to define everything that happens on the internet in terms of traditional things that the law understands. There are a lot of people, a lot of powerful people, who want to clamp down on the internet. We can't let that happen.
It's a sort of disgusting and sick irony that for allegedly being part of a protest on those kind of issues, Larry's now facing exactly the same.
Some people who are security researchers and kind of ethical hackers, they say, well, I want to poke at something because I'm curious. And then, of course, there's the US government side, which is a combination of, well, you could have done damage, and we're really embarrassed that this was able to happen. And sometimes you see a huge overreaction.
The Department of Justice launched a bullshit prosecution over some young kid, and the full weight of the federal government was brought against him, and he killed himself because of it. That's what should be punished. But instead, we've got them trying to throw somebody in jail for 100 years who protested that.
Thank you for coming on the program. How do you respond in broad terms to these accusations?
Well, what I'm hoping is if the extradition is refused, I'll have the opportunity to respond in court, which is the way these things are done. The problem for me is there's been no evidence provided over the 3 years that I've faced these allegations.
Are you a hacker?
Yeah, I describe myself as a hacker. A hacker is someone who uses technology, takes it apart, and puts it together in interesting ways. And I also work promoting new technologies, such as blockchain technologies, that could create a better financial system.
I think you're going to see government always trying to control any kind of technology that allows for decentralization, because that's a threat to their power.
A judge ruled today that he can be extradited to America to stand trial. Laurie Love, who's 31 and suffers from Asperger's syndrome, now has 2 weeks.
To the Secretary of State for an order for extradition. We're extremely disappointed by that decision. In fact, most of the written judgment is all about the defense case because the prosecution didn't actually call any evidence.
It is my belief that it is not fair or just that a boy who's got mental health issues
can be taken away from his family who are his support network.
Although he's lost today, this isn't the end of the legal road for Lowry Love. He still has the right to go to the Court of Appeal to seek to have this decision overturned.
While Lowry awaited a decision, blockchain technology was developing fast, and a new crypto asset exploded onto the scene, Ethereum.
You are a platform that would be best...
Like a decentralized worldwide web.
Is there any... Okay, sorry. My brain is smoking right now. Give us a real-world explanation for what that means.
Bitcoin was a great application, and we were all very excited about that. We saw how powerful that first use case, money, could be, basically of the people, by the people, for the people, money. But the Bitcoin blockchain was really just designed for that one use case. The entire Bitcoin network is in the service of this one application. So Vitalik Buterin wrote some white papers, and his key insight was, instead of putting a new pocket calculator button at every node of a peer-to-peer network, why not put a full computer there? And thus, Ethereum was born.
Ethereum basically asks a simple question, which is, why can't we put programs into the blockchain? The blockchain can store data, it can store transactions, why shouldn't it store programs? And if we put a program into the blockchain, why shouldn't it run at the same level of security as a Bitcoin transaction?
Ethereum is what they call a smart contracts platform, which enables you to create more like programmable money. Smart contracts can disrupt real estate transactions, the legal industry, things in insurance. It's just much more complex processes that you can run on Ethereum over Bitcoin.
Essentially, the technology is a trust machine. Everybody using it can trust it. And so you can start building systems that are different from the old systems.
Civilization as we know it today is a blip on a very long timeline. Technology is a series of waves that builds one upon the other with accelerating speed and size and depth. You used to make computers out of things that looked like little light bulbs. And that wave was totally changed when it became little granular pieces that were stuck on a piece of silicon. That created the computer wave. And then we had the phone system, a very long physical wire. When people figured out that you'd take the conversation and chop it up into little bits, deconstruct it to its basic element, and then flow those things over the lines and reconstruct them. You basically created the foundation for the rule set that became the internet, so you could do everything. Blockchain is the third wave of our lifetime that is a total reconstruction of behavior. Identity, assets, governance, those are going to change.
Blockchain's true believers envision an entirely new epoch in human civilization. Critics see diluted evangelism and the latest passing techno fad, while some are just hoping to strike it rich in the frenzy of cryptomania. But whatever one thinks of this technology, brilliant minds are hard at work, inspired by blockchain's possibilities and how it can be used to address the world's most pressing problems.
If you think of the power systems today, think about what happened with Hurricane Irma blowing through the Caribbean. Now you've got the nation-state of Puerto Rico, millions of people that don't have power for 4 to 6 months.
The situation in Puerto Rico isn't unique. The majority of the world's power grids are centralized and remain vulnerable to everything from bad weather to cyber attacks.
We're in this transition from the old world of centralized power based on fossil fuels with high emissions to a future world of clean distributed power. And the question is, how do we get there? A microgrid. And my definition of microgrid is really simple. It's any system that can stand on its own.
As the developing world lifts billions of people into prosperity, the world must turn to sun to power our future.
There's a really large interest in microgrids as a way to electrify the developing world. So rather than install what would be, the traditional large infrastructure that connects everyone, like the way the US and other countries electrified, you can start just by electrifying certain areas in isolation. These are sort of little grids, microgrids. And what you need there is some element of control. There has to be something there that's balancing the amount of energy you have and the amount of energy that people are trying to consume. What we can do is take control algorithms and push them out into the blockchain. Basically becomes plug and play, and as someone wants to join the microgrid, all they need is one of these little hardware nodes and they're good to go. So our first project is called the Brooklyn Microgrid. It was an attempt to take what was, until then, theory, something we'd put in white papers and PowerPoints, and actually have a real project we can point towards.
The Brooklyn Microgrid is in the middle of Gowanus and Park Slope. This is perfect for a community solar kind of setting. So people on both sides of the pond can participate in a kind of peer-to-peer market here.
The Brooklyn Microgrid Project, a small power grid made up of houses on President Street. It's using blockchain, the underlying technology of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, to decentralize and share electricity.
So right now we're testing our hardware in about 60 houses. So these are basically the small meter box. Our technology is using blockchain to count the electrons that is being put back onto the grid. And we collectively pool everyone's green energy source, and we put it on a ledger and let everyone know in the community is, guess what? This is the amount of energy that's been produced in your neighborhood. And if you want to buy energy that's local, that's green, why not buy it from your neighbors?
Blockchain allows the economic incentive for every person that's got space on the roof to stick a little solar generator on there or something else and interconnect and be a supplier in a marketplace. A peer-to-peer energy grid where all of the elements were interconnected and you'd have resiliency, and the next hurricane that blows through, part of the grid might be gone, but you'd still be up and running.
Even though I'm a climate guy for the last 10 years, I kept on reading about blockchain. And we have quickly found that it's not one particular area that blockchain could really help implementing the Paris Agreement, but really that there's a whole plethora of different topics one can and should go into.
Blockchain is really the perfect tool for the distributed energy future we're moving towards.
But there is a huge problem. Bitcoin is using more power than 158 countries, which is not a good thing for a currency network to be doing. But it doesn't mean that this is the future of cryptocurrencies. I think the way we should look at those things is when you give engineers a simple problem to solve or a straightforward problem to solve, they will solve it.
That is Dare Henry, and it's meant as a form of combining heat and computation. So when you're running processes on a computer, usually we try to remove that heat. Whether it's through a fan or with some centralized air conditioners, heat's usually a bad thing. But if you flip that on its head and you try to run the computer as hot as possible, and then you take that heat and use it towards space heating and water heating, we can actually increase the productivity of our computation. I'm a firm believer that the efficiency of the system is only going to get better. Right now, it's horribly inefficient. I think the amount of energy being consumed by these computers just to mine Bitcoin is not a sustainable model moving forward. I don't think what we have today is where we're going to land.
Energy and climate are not the only real-world issues being examined with blockchain-based technologies. One of the biggest problems facing the average citizen in the digital age is privacy and security, which at its root is an issue of identity. Here, too, there are innovators hoping that blockchain will provide solutions.
Today, reputation and identity is sort of bestowed upon people by a few main providers, right? So Equifax being one.
Look, this is the nuclear explosion of identity theft opportunity. Look, they've got names, date of birth, social security numbers, addresses.
Yeah.
A lot of damage can be done.
More than 21 million Americans had personal information stolen from government files in a data breach that was 6 times as large as originally disclosed.
Potentially tens of millions of Americans are at serious risk of identity theft again after this country's second largest health insurance company, Anthem Insurance, got hit this time by a massive electronic attack.
How does this continue to happen at arguably the companies that should be thinking about this kind of problem the most?
They have proven unable to securely protect your data. So all of your data is being stored in one central place that is insecure and easy to hack. Your identity is now lost on the internet amongst the millions of others. Our system actually turns that on its head. Uport is a self-sovereign identity and user-centric data platform. What that actually means is that you control your data, no one else. Basically identity without middlemen, right? And so I, as a user, can just register my own identity and directly control it.
With our personal data exposed, and in some cases being sold to the highest bidder, protecting our identity and everything that comes with it is more urgent than ever.
Mr. Zuckerberg, would you be comfortable sharing with us the name of the hotel you stayed in last night?
No.
If you've messaged anybody this week, would you share with us the names of the people you've messaged?
Senator, no, I would probably not choose to do that publicly here.
I think that may be what this is all about. Your right to privacy, the limits of your right to privacy, and how much you give away in modern America in the name of, quote, connecting people around the world.
While blockchain companies attempt to address the issues of identity and privacy, the global refugee crisis has prompted some of the largest and most powerful humanitarian aid organizations to pursue solutions with new technology.
I'm Chris Fabian. I run a small team in UNICEF called UNICEF Ventures. UNICEF is a huge 12,000 person organization that advocates for and pushes for the rights of the world's most vulnerable children. And our team is a tiny startup within that. We've been working on how we build up identity in places or for people who don't have an identity. One of the things that we're testing now is whether or not we can use tokens to provide some de facto identity to refugees or other unbanked people. We're starting off with a few small tests in Ireland, and hopefully we're then going to be testing that same token in Lebanon and in Jordan. There are 55 million kids who are on the move because of war and violence, and those kids don't have a sovereign government to issue an identity card. So how do we make sure that they're part of a global ecosystem, a global economy? And you can't do that with old traditional ways. You could imagine a scenario where you have somebody who's traveled through Europe as a refugee, and they started in Syria and they ended up in Ireland. If they're a teenager, they've probably gone through 5 paper identifications at each country. But if they had a token that could inscribe each time they went through a registration, like, hey, I did this, I was there, then you wouldn't need to necessarily issue a new ID each moment. You have one number that links you to your identity. This shows that they had a history, and you might then be more likely to give them a job, right? You know, this person didn't just pop up out of nowhere. And so for us, the token is an electronic version of that existence trail. Being able to count something that we know is happening, being able to count it in an authentic and auditable way, and being able to do that publicly. It's an accounting tool. It's a ledger. But if we can reduce the pain points on the poorest people, we give them a little bit more time in their life. And time is the most valuable thing any of us have.
My name is Human Haddad, and I work for the United Nations World Food Program. The World Food Program is the world's largest humanitarian organization, and its mission is to end hunger. We're in the Zaatari refugee camp, which hosts 75,000 Syrian refugees who have fled due to the conflict there. Currently, we're in one of the supermarkets that essentially provides groceries to the people who live here. What is special about what is going on in this supermarket is that all the transactions are actually authorized and recorded on a blockchain network. It is through a project called Building Blocks, which is WFP's implementation of blockchain technology towards humanitarian assistance. For the most part, this is a normal supermarket. I mean, you walk in, there is the usual grocery items that you expect. You pick them up, you go to the cash, they are scanned. But at the time that you want to pay, instead of paying with a card or with cash, you pay with your eyes. That returns a special code, and your entitlements on Building Blocks are tied to that code. So without having any physical device or a need to memorize a password, the people we serve can efficiently and effectively make their purchases. What we've done with Building Block is essentially taking all this accounting portion and put it on blockchain. And because we're authorizing every transaction ourselves, we essentially have a real-time record of everything that happens, so we're not as reliant on third-party service providers, such as banks and mobile money companies. We believe blockchain has a lot of potential to help WFP better do its work. Some of the ideas are not fully developed yet, but we have just started our journey. We are doing a lot of things for the first time. Everything is very new and exciting. And we do want to move forward with blockchain.
One area of global culture that was completely upended by the arrival of the internet was the manufacture and distribution of music and other media.
This freshman at Palm Beach Atlantic College used to download songs from his favorite bands on Napster. Now he thinks the musicians are getting too greedy.
Artists and the recording industry want the website
Federal
shut down.
court ruled Monday Napster must stop allowing music fans to swap copyrighted material. Napster users had downloaded an estimated 250 million
by the
songs.
legendary heavy metal group Metallica.
hang on, it's not about money. It's about control.
It's really
about the control.
We've all seen what's happened to the music industry with new technology.
Can an artist survive on a Spotify income?
I think that the streaming, I'm absolutely sure that streaming will be the dominant way that artists will get paid in the future.
They're not going to make any money.
What can artists do but take what Spotify gives them?
0.0006 of a cent. I might have left a zero off there.
Is something like that now happening to movies and TV?
Yes, Netflix has its own business model, streaming video online.
Many people are getting their content these days on streaming services.
The movie industry is really facing a crisis right now.
To compensate the rightful creators is a big.
A new model for the distribution and compensation for art and artists is badly needed. And some believe blockchain could lead the way.
Spin me around again and rub my eyes.
3 years ago, I heard the word blockchain for the first time, and I went through looking what this thing was about. I feel like this blockchain revolution, there's an opportunity for us to rethink the music industry, how we would like it to be, so people could do business easier with our songs and with us. We did an early experiment where we did direct payments using smart contract for this one song called Tiny Human. You know, a kind of pay as you use, taking a little bit at a time. A Spotify or an iTunes has to deal with 200 individual organizations to send money to around the world for one artist, and that's crazy. There's many applications which I feel could spring out of this. One of them could simply be, you know, how could artists give really easily toward a disaster relief? Then there's some acknowledgement of that going to something. So you actually become a beacon for what you stand for that's not disconnected to the song. One of the many positive things I think that came from Napster is that there is this, look, you see what happened then if you don't embrace change. This is going to happen to you again, but a million times worse. I believe in the power of blockchain to put something forward that's really going to enable us to have a flourishing music ecosystem. Thank you, Ariana. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this amazing feeling.
For me, it's very simple. Trying to be financially stable and independent, not beholden to any gatekeepers and intermediaries, and able to make music with 100% freedom.
In the beginning, I was tied to some smaller label. They were trying to do it the old school way, and I was really frustrated with that. So I just ended up leaving and putting my entire discography on Pirate Bay.
I just want to think about making good art.
Once you really realize what a decentralized technology means, you can't think of the future with technology in any other way.
You could tokenize anything, you know?
That's why, ever since I found out about blockchain and Bitcoin, about 4 years ago,